sex and drinks and alcohol. So.
Oh.
Fancy. That's my life motto. Sort of fine. How are you doing? I'm sort of fine.
Sort of fine. What is sort of fine? It's like could
Alive.
be better, but it's all could be worse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Chris doesn't have to sit on the armrest.
Yep. That's because for 7 weeks my ass has been stuck on the edge of a chair. You would have grumpy too. Just saying. I don't know, sitting on the ground might be more comfortable.
It depends on what kind of chair it is.
It does.
No, that would suck.
Right. Character sheet.
There we go. Boom. Yeah, I forgot that my mic was still set to the voice modulator. And
You've been talking in echoes the whole time.
no, I've been not talking at all because I have deactivated it. So you guys could hear me, but OBS could not hear me, so I was muted.
Geez.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
But it's okay. You were talking for me, so it's fine. Okay. So how is everyone? I know that I mean we did talk throughout the week, but since then you got a bit to chill, think about things. How are you doing?
I didn't get to chill during the week. My week was horrendous.
I mean, it fits your expression at the moment, so it's fine.
But yeah, apart from that, same shit, different day.
Okay.
on that note.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, no. I'm good as well. I was looking forward to this session. It's very excited after the one-on-one. I was like, oh geez.
Yes,
and
curious
then
to see where everyone's been left and
man.
what state they're in.
Oh boy.
I was also rushing because I forgot that I forgot to import the or add the Divine Soul first level feature. And I was like, oh, wait. Yep. So that happened, but I'm good.
The bad news is that Mateo didn't survive.
Okay.
The good news is I'm carrying all his stuff.
How is the question?
Magic.
That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, who wants to Oh no, we're rolling, right? We're rolling. We're rolling for the recap.
Oh boy.
Rolling.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Shit. I can't remember what happened between now and the last session. There's been too much.
The midweek session is.
Okay,
is
I'll
completely
recap
blind.
it. I can recap it. I will recap it for next time we're starting to roll. Okay. So.
Okay.
We kicked it off where we left off the session prior in the Hulag Forest, where you have camped next to the Caravan of Doom, which how I lovingly
so long ago now.
how I lovingly dubbed it in the meantime, the Caravan of Doom, and Viera promptly vanished immediately into the forest. Snaga went after her to check what happened and where she's going, and she's like, okay, she's not too happy about orcs because orcs killed her loved ones or best friends or friends. and I couldn't remember what Snagga specifically.
Friends.
Yeah, friends. Yeah. And she basically vanished for the next 8 to 10 hours, right? In the meantime, basically Cassius and Samira explained to Steno that you don't ask the bad people to drop their pants and show you their junk, because that's a bad idea. And we had some lovely RP of like, Samira, having a girl-on-girl talk with Steno, and Cassius actually being serious for once. Like, holy shit! The Cassius was serious.
Somewhat serious and somewhat responsible.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
things you're never going to see Cassius do again at the same time.
Anyway,
Nope.
Cassius did follow up on his promise to go over to the people and have some wine with them, and so he was sitting with the dwarf, and they had a nice chit chat, and Bigus made sure that everyone is aware that he is not your standard orc, right? I mean, he is also not really that big. I mean, body-wise, not. Never
Yeah,
mind. Never mind.
don't know,
Moving
I
on.
don't wanna know the
Moving
rest.
on. Moving
All
on.
falling on deaf ears because Vieira was not there.
Yeah.
He's still just an orc.
And then you continued with like the nightly watch. There was a tense moment where like Bob from accounting came over, the half orc. And he was like offering Stena some tea, but she deflected very skillfully and did not go have any tea. Otherwise, the rest, I think, except for the dwarf, nobody bothered you. Like, basically, except for Mark's time creepily staring at you guys. That was pretty much it. And yeah. And then you continued. You found the giant's ball again with the spider. And from there you tracked your pathway to the fairy ring of mushrooms. And it turns out that it was the same type of mushroom, but one of them being the poisonous kind. And then basically Vieira traced a trail through the entire forest following patches of that mushroom. And eventually you bumped into a female ogre that you tried to avoid, and then Ospian, the male dryad druid that has saved Vieira's life previously with the hobgoblins, the guy in the green hooded cloak, showed up and was like, well, not everything is always as it seems. Actually, she could help you survive the next part. And it turns out that the entire patch of that forest was full of awakened dangerous trees, and which the ogre agreed to help you through for a hunt for like a giant lizard. And Vieira delivered a giant lizard, and then Grishok was basically in her way through the awakened trees. And you made it to the cave where you had the hanging vines. You released the deer. And then you started all running, and then a bear appeared that we will never talk about. Moving on. Nobody talks about the bear. And then you made it through the caverns, and it turns out that the spider innards, the snake innards that you were supposed to walk through was actually a spiral pathway up a cavern wall, a cylindrical cavern wall, which then turned out to be the inside of a volcano, which is why it was warm. And you came out just around noon to find that the noon sun was coming over the mouth of the volcano to illuminate the area, and make the tower visible. And that's where we stopped. Basically. Oh yeah, and there was also
There's a tiny bit more.
yes.
We did walk towards the tower.
And then a
and
giant
there was
clay
a
golem
giant clay golem
that appeared.
popped up.
Yeah.
And we bowed to the clay, and then stood next to it for a portrait.
Yes. I mean, that was about to happen, and then we basically called it there. So we're gonna slow it down from here. Like, basically, we're kicking it off about an hour after, you at least relaxed, right? Because the tower, as the noon sun moves, slowly goes more and more invisible, and basically an hour later it was completely gone, and the golem descended back into the ground. So that's where we're gonna kick it off.
Mhm.
Activate. Boom.
Well, I think we all had decided that we were going to spend a day here, hadn't we?
Yes.
And we were going to head into the tower tomorrow
Mm-hmm.
because we are,
Mhm.
some of us are a little bit drained from the day's travel. So first things first, Fiera would ask Samira,
Mhm.
you've got the tent, don't you?
Yes, I do.
As we're going to stay here the night, we might as well pitch the tent and get a proper campsite going for the night. So
Oh,
could
yeah,
you
good
give me
idea.
a hand?
Yeah. Cassis, why don't you do the fire again?
All right.
You seem talented at that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Of course. Yeah. Sure. No problem.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So then we'll go about setting up the tent.
Mhm.
Presumably, Steno is doing something. Ginny?
Yes, she's helping.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Not with the fire,
that-
because she sucks at that, but you know.
Yeah. We'll set up a relatively comfortable campsite. Is there any way out of this bowl that we are in?
Yeah, through the snake mouth. I mean, the cavern opening that looks like the mouth of a snake.
So does it look like it's possible to climb the foliage up? And
You
out
could.
over the cliff?
It's not the easiest climb. You know how volcano insides can be like really steep. But the rock is porous. But the problem is that well, you actually roll a nature check to see if you know that.
Probably not.
No, I mean it looks jaggedy. It looks like you could probably like find footing, but there's also moss, which you know can slide off a rock if you like step on it on cliffs
It's more
like
a
this.
case of is the snake mouth the only real access to this area?
Yes,
AKA
besides from above.
The chances of us being attacked from anything is very low.
I mean, it's a closed off area. The only in and out for humanoid size creatures, like creatures your size and a bit and berry size, I guess, is for the snake mouth. However,
How
there is
wide is the snake mouth?
well, it's like 10 by 10 feet approximately. It's not even, right?
Okay. Barry's job is to stand in the mouth of the cave.
Yeah. I want to point out that you have a huge fucking opening above you to the sky.
Yeah, that's fine. We
Yeah.
can't do anything about flying creatures.
Yeah.
Barry's job is to stand in the middle of the
But
cave
you know, you
and
don't
stop
have
anything
anything
else from
in here that immediately screams this may be a rock or a dragon lair, right? So you're fine.
Yeah.
No, it's
That was
like
gonna be my next
GM is
question.
gonna
Is there
be a
any
dick and
design?
throw in, you know, an ancient red dragon at the last fucking minute right before you go into the tower. Boom, TPK, moving on.
Never know. Never know. It would make the midweek session interesting, given that it's already happened. Though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Time
yeah.
conundrum number one. Okay. In which case, set up camp.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of. Does it feel relaxed?
Yes.
Because we've just come through a forest of deadly
Here
trees that
it's
wanna
super
hang us.
peaceful. You can hear like the birdies, right?
Mhm.
It's quiet. It's you even have like a trickle, a spring on the side, like in the back. So you even have water you can collect. It does have a bit of a mineral aftertaste, a tiny bit of sulfuric, not too.
If it smells of sulfur.
No, it
I probably
doesn't
won't
reek.
drink
It doesn't smell of it.
Okay.
It just has a tiny after flavor, basically.
Sure.
but it should be safe to drink.
Okay.
It's basically because this volcano has been dead and quiet for a very long time.
Okay. So what do you
Abel,
guys
roll me a
Can
survival
do.
check.
Oh, it's survival this time? Shit.
Oh, or sleight of hand, or sleight of hand.
Last time it was sleight of hand. That was much better.
Or sleight of hand.
Survival's fine, but just.
You can
one.
roll sleight of hand. It's fine. I mean, I did offer you. Yeah. So you're about as capable as you were, not last time. As you were capable with usually the tent, right? So Samira,
Mm-hmm.
Cassis has magically forgotten how to make fire in a very quick and efficient way. You watch him as he's like breaking open this like weird mushrooms and then trying to use various parts of them to like light the fire and like horribly failing. And it takes him
You
a
need
while,
some
but
help over there?
eventually he figures it out.
No, I got it.
I'm right here if you need me.
I'm good. Yeah, and afterwards,
day.
after getting the fire finally going, I will go over to the stream, and because we ran through a couple of nasty parts of the forest, I'll just first dump my face in, and then kind of wash myself, more or less. But primarily just
The stream is actually warm.
Oh. Nice.
Compared
Is
to
that
the really fucking cold day otherwise. Oh yeah, by the way, actually you feel the air is colder, but there's a lingering, like from beneath, warmth from the ground. It's actually not too bad here.
Huh. So how big is the stream? Is it big enough to completely submerge in?
No,
or...
you can't shower in it.
Oh.
It's strong enough to fill up a water skin relatively quickly, but it's like small, like a faucet, right? Like a tap.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Then just going to do the washing basin shower. So not a shower, but what you would do if you'd only have the
Cat
washing
wash.
basin ready. Yeah, basically. Yeah, primarily the face.
Cass is like, we could have stayed in the
Yes.
city, Go find the tower. They said it's gonna be fun. They
Yeah.
said.
There might be treasure, they said.
Yeah.
Oh, good idea. I'm looking forward to washing all this blood off as well. Is there enough water left still?
It should be fine. Second-hand water, but
Wait, blood?
Why did you not think of that?
it's streaming, right? It's flowing, so.
Yeah, just hip check him out of the way. Make room. With my turn now.
Jeez. All right. Someone's grumpy. We found the tower. Come on.
I have to wash these clothes now. Do you know how hard blood is to get rid of? Do you know?
Who cares? Tower. Actually, we should celebrate.
Oh.
We did buy the wine for celebration, right?
Oh. Good idea.
We did.
And we have one bottle
Technically.
left.
Yeah. Well,
So we can't get too sloshed, so...
sadly.
Celebration's not always about losing your wits.
It's not.
We won't have a hangover tomorrow, so that's good.
Wait, how do you celebrate if it's not about that?
It's about enjoying the moment, dancing, celebrating,
Which is always
Drinking.
better with
eating.
And Senna will go like,
Sure.
oh, and she will actually
But it's
rummage.
about enjoying it. not remembering it.
Can you guys hear me?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear
Sorry.
you.
We're ignoring you.
Ah, thanks. Jeez.
That's rude.
Stena will rummage through her backpack and then pull out a small drum and do like a drum roll with her hands, like one half of a bongo, basically, right? It's a small
Yeah.
You
drum.
only get
Uh,
half the tune.
No, it's a small drum. It's a small handheld drum that gives like a nice little like boom boom boom, and she you know offers music.
in time for the drum roll to end, I'll just ticket a cork bottle. Ta-da!
Oh.
So, how about we start off this little beauty here with you telling us how you got a bear to follow you around.
I was hoping the proverbial bear in the room would be forgotten and we'd just move on.
Not likely.
I mean, his big butt is just
Hers.
over there at the cave entrance.
It's a she.
Hers. Okay. I mean, we're still outnumbered. Oh, okay, good.
We were in the forest. There were some nasty people around, and I wanted to make sure that I could even the odds. And I figured that she would come in handy if anything else dangerous threw itself at us, like hobgoblins or something like that.
The only question I have is, I don't have much experience with bears. Are they usually docile?
No, you don't approach a black bear in the wild. Not unless you know its mood and its environment. If it's a mommy bear with cubs, no, you don't go anywhere near it.
Barry goes.
But she doesn't have any cubs, so I think she's quite a young bear. I'm not 100% sure. But she's a companion, temporary. The plan is to head into the tower and leave her behind, guarding Snaga. And to give Snaga a hand gesture that tells Barry to go home, back to the Hulak Forest. So she's a temporary guardian, think of it that way. As for how, I'm not 100% sure myself. There's a lot of stories among my people where gifted rangers and different rangers are gifted in different ways. Some have the ability to track their kind better through the darkness of the tunnels and the underground and fighting the drow. Some are more gifted with animals and almost have a companion at their side every time. Different people have different skills, I guess, different fortes. So I figured I would try my hand at one of the few things I did know. We hadn't really come across much in the way of tunnels at the time, so couldn't really try that. So I figured I would present an offering and see if anything showed up. And she did. So I guess my forte is probably with animals.
Barry, grunting in the background.
So, does she understand you, us?
I can give her orders, or I prefer to say make requests. She will understand the general idea. I can tell her to guard, like I've done here. She's guarding the entrance for us to make sure nothing else comes through. I could tell her to attack a specific thing or person. necessary. So if we get into a fight, I could have her charging anything that's got a bow or something like that. So generally speaking, yes. She's got limited capabilities of conveying to me whether there is food or water nearby. The easiest thing to do would be to kind of ask her to show me where water is, and she would be able to sniff it out and find it, if she knows of any. Otherwise, she's searching just like you or I would be. But obviously, as an animal, she probably has a better predisposition towards finding food, foraging, or finding water. So there's a range of uses, lots of utility, useful in a fight. You sure as hell wouldn't want to come up against a black bear in a fight on your own.
Hell no.
Just between the raw strength and the raw weight, the kind of it shifts a lot of fights into your favor very quickly. And if I didn't have to reveal her, that was the plan. But at the vines, it became pretty obvious that we weren't going to be able to keep the vines open for very long. So for her to follow here, we had to kind of rush her through. So didn't mean to scare anyone, of course.
I mean, now we obviously know better, but it certainly was a heart attack in the making.
Yes, I can understand why, which is why I told you not to worry about it when you did ask. Probably should have said it's under control. But apart from that, yeah, she's temporary, so she won't be coming into the tower.
Are you planning to get another like her after?
Well, not necessarily a bear. Depends on what creatures there are on the other side, I suppose, and what answers. I don't think it's guaranteed that something answers. There might not be anything nearby. Could be a barren landscape we come to with no animals. Just don't know. But the idea is to get something, yes. I think it doesn't hurt having an extra pair of paws in a fight.
Oh boy.
And hopefully as time goes by, I'll get stronger and better at communicating.
Snaga will be like, ha, 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 pause,
Jeez.
ha, ha.
How's your drawing coming along, Snaga?
Snaga needs to see more of the tower.
It comes back tomorrow, right?
Midday, I guess. It doesn't seem to last particularly long. It looks like we've got about an hour to get through. To be fair, it's only a very small doorway, so it shouldn't be hard to get someone through that in an hour. But that's certainly how it seems to be.
Anyone have an idea what's gonna be in there?
The other side. Hopefully.
Who wants to go first?
Not
I
me.
think I might go first.
Alright.
I think as I'm leading Matteo through, it's probably better if I go in last.
Good idea, yes. Let's hope we end up in the same place in the end. That would be, well, quite a shame.
Are you saying you're gonna miss us? If we wouldn't.
I was saying that all my stuff is on Matteo.
Ah.
So is mine, says Steno.
Some of mine is.
But no, seriously, I am kind of fond of you.
Likewise. This little ragtag adventure of ours has certainly been It's not something I've done before. And I wouldn't want to
Well.
be doing it with anyone else.
What about Snaga?
We will miss you, Snaga. You're not gonna come through.
Snaga
You're gonna
will
have a
miss
good
you.
life
Snaga
here,
likes
yeah.
you. Even Cassius.
Yeah. But now you're an adventurer, Snaga.
Mhm.
You'll be famous.
Snaga is a proper
Mhm.
adventurer. Snaga will draw the tower, and Snaga will have proof. Snaga found the
Mhm.
tower. Snaga is the first. No, Snaga is the first to come back from finding the tower.
Mhm.
Snaga famous.
Exactly.
Alright.
You just gotta find a way to get through those vines on the way back.
Wow, Viera said
Oh,
that
oh yeah.
Barry will help.
Oh.
Barry will
oh.
help.
Snaga smart. Snaga set vines on
Oh.
fire.
Well, I guess that's
Yeah.
possible.
Maybe.
True. Yes.
Or maybe cut them down.
You could even turn it into a lucrative business, like guide people to the tower.
No,
Hmm.
Don't think the tower's going to stick around.
Snaga
for very long.
doesn't
The
want to
roleplay
go
that it
back into the
disappears.
Hulak forest.
Fair enough.
Fair
I don't blame
I
you.
don't blame you either.
Maybe you
I
could be
think
a famous storyteller with all you've seen this adventure.
Yes.
Maybe illustrate a storybook. I always loved those as a child.
Oh.
Snaga can try.
thought of something that Shin will hate me for.
Oh god.
What do you think of?
What? 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 Say it.
You're breaking it.
Ah. What am I going? What am I gonna? What am I gonna hate you for?
Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry. Something unrelated.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I
So-
fucking hate you now.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Mm,
Hey,
that
I
was
thought
dull,
of
wasn't it?
something I'm not gonna tell you. Fuck you. It's like, god damn it, Chris.
At least don't say it if you think of it.
Fine. Moving on. I guess between setting camp, getting cleaned up, it will slowly get darker and darker. It's getting dark sooner here, because inside of the volcano, like the sun gets, like the horizon gets cut up quite high up, so the shadows like basically make it look like it's getting darker sooner. So yeah, you gonna set up camp.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to hunt though.
There's nothing to hunt. No.
I mean, I still feel pretty good after that. The berry.
True. Yes.
Should keep you going until roughly lunchtime tomorrow. So, or midday.
So did you like find those as well, or?
In a way, they're a little bit like berry.
You keep your mysteries.
I was foraging and they kind of just appeared in my hands.
Huh.
Neat. Good trick.
Very useful if you find yourself in an environment that doesn't have food or water.
Oh, can you do that all the time now?
Seems that way. I think there's a limit. I haven't tried more than once because I don't need to. It produces anything up to 10 berries and there's not 10 people to feed. So
That is incredibly useful.
It certainly helps save time as well. I can spend less time worrying about hunting food for dinner Although I'm not sure even I would want to eat a berry every day. That might get a bit
It
boring
would get
after a while.
so boring.
There will come a day where you make one, look at it, and then toss it aside because you don't want to touch another berry again.
Yes.
But yes, I'll summon some more tomorrow, just before we head into the tower, so that you've at least got some food for a day. And I'll give Snaga the rest, I guess. He can feed them to Berry on his way back. I think he's got a few days travel to get out of the Hulak.
Snaga's out. He's asleep.
Of course he is.
Doesn't really.
So, best case scenario, what are you all hoping to see on the other side?
A city. I don't know.
Just hoping to get through it.
Yeah. I really just don't want to end up in the middle of the ocean, or in the middle of the desert, or in the middle of.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Yeah. That would suck.
I just hope the one on the other side is not too different.
I just hope there's actually something there. Like
Yeah,
maybe it's.
I hope there's similarities.
Well,
Maybe.
Stena will speak up at this point, and she will say, I had another conversation with Kimorn. Cassius met him. He was my mentor's friend for many years. And it seems like he has been on the other side at some point in the past.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Really?
What did he say about it?
I thought you couldn't return.
He said that there was a period when it was possible. And it is not anymore.
Yeah, what else did he say?
That the other side where they have been is very similar, but also very different. There's similar people like we are, but they're not necessarily all the same way like we expect races to be from Faerun.
Okay.
And he said that it's a very dark place, that it has no sunshine, and that it is very, very cold.
Oh.
What?
Why is there no sunshine? Why is it cold?
Did not ask that.
Wait, is there light? Are you two going to be able to see?
I did not ask that.
Oh.
So.
What did you ask?
Nothing.
Yikes.
Oh no.
Did he state why he went there?
I think he said that he was called in, summoned, pulled against his will.
Okay.
Weird magic shit. Okay.
Okay. This is not as good as news as I hoped it would be.
Did he say anything about the tower? Presumably he didn't go through the tower if he was summoned.
No, he doesn't. I think he doesn't know about the tower. I'm sorry, I had this letter of my mentor and I wanted to make sure that there's some trace staying behind, and we had a conversation about that, and my mind was stuck on that, and now that we have found it, I'm not so sure if this is the way I want to go. He said something about that I should be sure that the path I have taken is the path I have taken for my own reasons and not for others, and that my mentor wouldn't have
So what
wanted me to chase down some.
would have been your reason to go in there?
There was this man that apparently used to be my mentor's pupil before me, and
Is this Victor?
yes, that was the man Snaga heard about. He showed up one day. And I don't know even. I walked in on them at the end, and my master was already dead, and I only saw his face. He had killed him. And I found out then later that he probably killed him in the process of extracting the information about the tower.
If your master was already dead when you came in on them, how do you know he's the one who killed them?
Come
Maybe
on.
you just found him like that.
There was an investigation. We have war wizards who can speak to the dead, and they have found out pieces, not everything. And Victor disappeared relatively quickly after that. Until I found
So you have
Snaga
to
and
revenge.
his clue, I haven't given up hope, and I wanted to go after him. I wanted to. I don't know what I wanted. And then Kimorn told me that this is not my master's way. Master Han was not like that. He wouldn't have wanted me to chase down some thug into an unknown place just to take revenge. And he's right.
Oh dear.
So you're planning to return to Arrow?
I don't know. I don't know. This entire journey was. It made me realize that I'm woefully unprepared for a life like this. The camp 2 nights ago, the caravan, everything. I have learned to fight, but I have never been in fights where I had to fight for survival. I don't know how to move. I don't know how to position myself. I don't know how to think like those creatures or those people would think, and that is dangerous. And how would I even begin to go after someone so capable that he actually overpowered my master? I didn't think of all those things. I just wanted to go and do things, do something. And now that I'm here, I'm realizing that I'm way in on my head.
It's alright.
It seems like we're all kind of are, and
But
I mean,
It's a big decision, and if you
at least
you aren't straight about
recognize
it-
dangers when you see them. I just walk into them.
but how do you think I learned?
Well,
you're young still.
I don't
you
want
haven't-
to-
You told me you haven't had a life like that before.
I don't want to learn at the expense of everyone else's lives. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I realize that I have more here after all. Like my master's friend and the adventures of Parchment and the teachings of my master, and I think I shouldn't just abandon all that to chase down after a man of whom I don't even know if he survived and made it to the other side. I don't even know if he made it to the tower. And in the end, it's not something Han would have wanted.
Come here,
Sound
and
like something
I
worth
go over
writing.
to hug her.
And she hugs back, like bear hug because she's bigger than you.
It's alright. I understand. You have so much to live here for, and so many people. Revenge is.
I guess it's
No.
not all bad. I guess, Snaga will have a witness for the tower. So I can make sure that people believe him. So I will go back with Snaga and that big bear over there. It's a really big bear. And
You be
make
careful,
sure,
alright?
yeah, and make sure that we
Live a
all
good
make
life.
it back safe. Oh, then wait, then I have to remove all my things from Matteo. Oh, you probably have things that you want to keep because it's gonna help you, because I can replace them here in Arabelle. That's not a problem. So, OC.
Yeah.
We'll need supplies for the road.
Can somebody write this down, please?
Okay,
Inventory.
Okay.
Well, just look at Mateo's saddlebags and tell us what you...
Yeah, wait. First of all, the gold on the Senos sheet, right? So 8 platinum, 12 gold, and 14.
She wouldn't give away her money.
She has backup money.
She wouldn't give away her money.
You earned that money.
I mean, the 8 platinum is the group stuff. She will give you the 8 platinum. She will give it. She will give you the 8 platinum. I mean, you can refuse, but she will try to give it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yara's gonna refuse. She doesn't want her money.
Okay. She will keep the potions of healing just in case, for the way back. She will give the arrowheads to someone. 100 of them.
Put them on Mateo, I guess.
Someone, please.
I'm writing that all down for
She
chat.
will give 2 bars of soap to Cassius.
If that's not a hint, I don't know what is.
No, because she watched him get clean and he's like, here. Because you clearly... Actually, she will give
I was already getting offended.
She will give 1 soap to Cassius and 1 to Samira, right? And it's actually really nice, milk, vanilla, almond, fancy soap.
How much does an arrowhead weigh?
Let me look
Same
up.
as coin, 0.02.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
She will also keep the antitoxin because, again, journey back. She will take Cassius aside and give him the alchemy tome. It's one of those reads for 48 hours across 6 days. And then you have alchemy supplies proficiency. And she will give you her alchemist supplies. And she will give it to you with the hinted nudge nudge party drugs. But she will also make you promise to use it responsibly.
Yes.
She will check if you're crossing your fingers behind your back while you're promising that.
Can I roll a deception check?
Yes, you can roll a deception check.
Wow.
She's been around with...
Vieira uncrosses his fingers.
Yeah, she glares at you. Come on.
And he's pointing at himself like, look who you're asking to be responsible. Come on.
I know you're a nice person. You saved my life twice. Put this to good use. And she gives it to you. She will give a similar book, but for Poisoner's Kit to you, Viera. And she will give a medicine book to Samira. Sorry.
is it also those 24 hours? Is it
Yes,
48 hours?
all free tomes are 48 hours across 6 days. You're proficient then. For Samira, it's medicine along with the combat medic feat. And she will give all the healer's kits that she has. Just keeping a reserve one for the travel back, although Snaga has healer's kits, so that's fine. Okay, that's that from her inventory, and then we have a whole bunch of stuff on Matteo.
How many healer's kits did she have?
Let me check. I think she put it on Matteo, honestly.
Oh, okay, yeah, those on Matteo I counted for already. And put my name on.
Yeah, you can remove Stanos' torch. You can remove Stanos' water skins. You can remove Stanos' calligrapher supplies. That are hers.
Cook's utensils.
Yeah, the cook's
Is
utensils.
someone doing that already?
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Yeah,
Good.
it's
The herbalism kit, remove that. And yeah, anything else on the loot, like the soap and the alchemy book, because you put it on your own sheet then.
Yeah, but I'm just keeping them in the saddlebags. But
Okay,
I'll
then
add
rename
the,
it just to alchemy book.
Yep.
Or
Gotcha.
leave it as Thanos alchemy book, doesn't matter.
No, I'll change it.
Awesome.
Oh, the traveler's clothes, right?
Yeah, remove
Those
the
need to be
traveler's
deleted as well.
clothes, yeah. And if she has her cold weather gear in there, remove that as well, please. I think she's carrying it. She's wearing it.
Yeah, I think she had it, yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Did she put anything else into the handy harvest? No, she did. Okay.
She didn't. I took care of that already.
Awesome. Okay. And otherwise, she will sing and play the drums for you guys, which is surprising because you never knew that she actually is a good performer. And she said she will write a song about you, although she's not really good at writing songs. She's good at singing them.
Okay. I'm gonna, if no one is gonna, if she's gonna insist on the 8 platinum and no one is gonna take it, I'm gonna put it in the party fund.
Yeah. Let's take them.
She will basically, if like people are like nah, she will take Samira aside at some point and go like, I actually still have a house at home and properties and servants. I am fine.
Okay.
Take it.
That is different than I expected. Okay, I'll make sure, in case of emergencies, we have this.
My parents had a flourishing bookbinding business, and I will take that over.
Oh. Shouldn't worry about it.
I have neglected it for way too long.
Okay, the 8 platinum are in the coin pouch now.
Awesome. Well, and then you gotta figure out who's gonna sit watch. Because Barry gotta sleep too. Barry needs 8 hours.
I'm gonna do the first watch.
I'm gonna take the second then.
Cassius, Bert?
I'll do third.
Okay.
Might as well get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the watch for a while. Is there plenty of wood around?
I mean, there's a bunch of debris that was carried in at some point, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but to be fair...
Doesn't need to be huge. It's just to carve like a small figurine out of.
No.
Wow.
You have
Start carrying.
You basically used all the bigger stuff to like keep start a small fire, just enough to make dinner, and that's basically it. To be fair, you don't really need a fire because it's actually quite warm here, right? Close to the ground.
We don't need dinner because we've all had berries.
Yeah.
Still made the fire.
Still made the fire. It's fine.
Yep.
Good for practice.
I made fire. I'm proud.
I mean, it's basically you're not taking away my fire now.
Yeah, especially after he's already rolled for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we'll settle Mateo down, get him comfortable.
Yeah, snuggle ready to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll do watch, and I'll spend a very boring 4 hours walking around the interior of this volcano.
Yep. I mean, again, there's like small herbs and stuff. It's actually quite interesting what has survived.
Mm-hmm.
Like, has grown in this like very narrow place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nature finds its way, right?
Except
but yeah.
for wild sage root, which we rolled for earlier in the week.
I mean, again, it's volcanic blank rock with barely any soil, and there's actually soil, but it's mostly clay, and that's like, you know, not great. But anyway, I'm not gonna make a roll for anything. There's like literally nothing happening here. Anyone. So like, unless you're doing something during your 2-hour watch, also Cassius and Samira, I'm just gonna forward to the morning.
Yeah, you can forward and just start reading.
I tell you what.
What?
I don't know, reading doesn't count as light activity, does it?
It's not light activity, no. You watching is already...
Do we have to read? How many hours do we have to read the book for?
Across 6
over
days.
6 days, so don't forget however much time is spent in trial
48
1.
over 6 days.
Yes.
That's a lot. Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Viera hands the book to someone else. She ain't gonna read a book that well.
Wow!
Okay.
You can also do it the slow way if you...
hours of reading, not a chance.
Yeah,
not in 6 days.
I mean, Viera, come on. I also dislike reading, but can be useful. Come on.
I mean, compared
to...
I don't think your dislike of reading comes anywhere close to your dislike of nature.
That's true.
I mean, do you want to have be good in poisoning things?
Yes,
imagine how much it would take to actually take lessons, and then you have to read anyways.
Can't I just get the poisoning experiment on Cassius?
On whom?
What? All right. I will test my potion. I will test my potions on you.
And I would have to take care of everybody else, apparently, then.
Okay,
this is not what I had in mind.
I'll keep the book.
It'll be good. We can, like, after this, we just go through the tower, we end up in a nice city, and we can just take a holiday and spend a week reading. And
we need to get used to the new world anyway. Who knows if things are strange there without sun.
I mean, holidays like breaking the norm, right? So if the normal for you is doing fuck all in a forest, now it can be doing fuck all in a room with a book. Or you can join me for a party. Like, that's also on the table if you don't want to read.
Vio just raises her eyebrows at that and turns around.
Oh, you children.
Mhm.
Anyway, the next morning comes. Snaga is like waking up basically, like very quickly. And he's very quiet, right? But he packs up, and then once he's like all packed up and stuff, and he looks at you guys, who are kind of still like doing their own things, and it's like, so Snaga should go. And Steno like walks up next to him. He's like, yeah, we're ready. We should head out.
Should
We have
make
a
the most of the daylight.
yes.
You two be careful, okay?
Snaga has something for you. And he will like walk up to each of you and put exactly 2 platinum coins into each. Two each. 2 platinum coins each into your hand. For saving Snaga's life several times.
You certainly pulled your weight as well. Well, thank you.
Snaga also made noise with the hobgoblins.
Hi. We all make mistakes.
He will give you also, Cassius, a bag of dry mushrooms and explain again how to actually properly kindle fire.
Like Cassius was smiling before, but now it's like this little twinge, like this in the side of his head.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He will all give you a hug. And then Stana will like with
Can
like
I sleight of hand put the platinum back on him
sleight of hand it, please.
during the hug?
Yep. You sleight of handed it so well that he will never find it ever. just kidding. Just kidding.
He will.
He will,
one
yeah.
day.
But yeah. So Barry, Snaga, and Steno are all ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I will head over to Berry and try my best to communicate to guards Snaga and Steno until they get back. And once she reaches the stone bridge across the big river, to turn around and head back to the Hulak, and then she is free. And I wish her a long and prosperous life.
She licks your face.
No.
It drips.
I guess we're ready to go.
The Chris, like, okay, yeah, whatever. Wipes it off. Bleh. Moving on. Anyway, but when they depart, right? You watch them go. You still have a few hours until it's noon, right? So this would be the time where you like refill the water skins, pack up everything, make sure that you reshuffle the stuff that you're carrying between, because if you all dump all your stuff on Matteo, you will not have it with you if you get separated, right?
Oh yeah.
Still gotta make a picture of Matteo.
Oh, and I press the 3 rations that Cassius still has in the goddamn haversack.
I also take out my bedroll.
And your tinderbox. No wonder you couldn't do it yesterday at fire, since you didn't have your tinderbox.
Oh my god!
Cassius is smiling. There was still fire.
Yes, you didn't put him out for that.
Hooray for me.
Cassius is a mirror, like, sibling pair right there.
I have to carry this bedroll again? Oh.
I mean, it should build your muscles for a bit. That's a plus, isn't it?
No. It messes with my aesthetic.
Really? So you all on purpose?
I mean, come on. Would you mess with this?
Eh.
Eh.
That sounds like a maybe.
I'll take it.
Oh.
So, everyone ready? I'm
Well,
actually.
we've got a couple of hours before the tower appears, so I'm gonna go and see if I can find any herbs around.
Yeah. Roll me a survival.
I already did during the week.
Oh yeah, right.
This
Never mind.
was where there was no wild sage root
Yeah.
for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Vieira, you watch Vieira for like 2 hours going in circles and just sighing.
Yeah.
Fucking volcano.
To be
gonna
fair,
read the,
she didn't expect to find any. So. Yes, now's a
I'm
good
gonna
time.
read the book.
Well, keep in mind that you've got 48 hours once you start.
And
Oh,
over
you
6
have to
days,
do it
so-
like
in 6 days, yeah. So
in
No,
6
sorry,
days, so
gotcha,
that's gonna
sorry.
probably not
Gotcha.
matter in the end.
yeah,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
gotcha.
That's what I should have done in the tower. God damn it.
You can do that. I'll let you amend that because you had a lot of times where you were just sitting and doing nothing, right? So
A lot of times, I had years in that tower. where I did
shush. Anyway, are you guys ready?
nothing. Okay.
So, are you telling me you guys had a vacation in there?
I had a vacation.
No,
We'll find out shortly.
it
Well,
was horrible.
Just
I was
I will
working my ass
muzzle
off.
you all. Technically, none of
OOC.
that yet happened.
Time is
OOC,
weird.
Yeah.
Does that mean I get the book proficiency for
Yes.
having gone into the tower?
Yes.
Okay. Fucking Zult.
Oh my god, he gets away with everything. I have to read this fucking book.
You wait until you hear about my tower experience.
Okay,
Oh.
and officially, I will muzzle you now all because technically it hasn't happened yet. Focus.
Yeah. Okay. Are we heading into the tower? I take it the tower appears
So-
whilst we're all having this conversation.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah. The conversation that you're not having because you haven't experienced any of this yet. Yeah. The
Yeah,
tower
yeah.
starts appearing, right? And then as you
Remember to bow
approach
to
it,
the clay.
so as you approach it again, you have that moment where the golem comes out. It goes like it's just
Bow.
blankly, And once you bow to him, oh, fuck, I forgot. Snaga gave you something else.
What do you give?
Apparently he didn't because he's 4 hours on his way back to...
No, he gave you that in the morning.
Ooh.
Oh. Did he give us the
Nice.
drawing? But surely this was the
yeah.
proof of him...
He has Steno as proof. So he gave you the drawing as a memory, as a remember me, because he made
That's
it for you.
cute.
I'm a little bit sad he's not drawn in the picture too.
Yeah, but he made it.
But he did draw it, so that does make sense. It is cool.
I could try to get him in there. I'm actually pretty good with, well, letters, not really pictures, but I could try.
Something for the other side, once we
Mhm.
get through the tower.
Mhm.
So yeah, he drew it as good as he can. So I wanted
That's
to give you
beautiful.
this one more time. There we go.
Mhm.
But anyway, you bow, right? The golem light just basically sits aside, and then. So we said marching order:
I will go
Samira, Cassius, Vieira last with Matteo.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
And
So-
I will, before we all go through the door, she'll put one hand on Samira's right shoulder, one hand on Cassius's left shoulder, and whisper a prayer to Relifan to give them the haste to deal with whatever they come upon in the tower.
Mm.
And that's the gift of alacrity. So that's what improves your initiative.
Mhm. And before walking in, I just give you guys a wink, a wave. See you on the other side, and on this little glass marble in my hand, I blow a little breath, and it's glowing light, and I step in.
Keep walking, Cassius. Time's limited.
He'll shrug, kind of shrug it off, prep himself, slap his face, turn around to Viera, and walk back with finger guns out. See ya.
Shakes her head as he walks back.
With finger guns.
Of course.
Yeah.
No finger guns from me. I'm holding on to Mateo's reins.
And then last but not least, Viera,
Mm-hmm.
you got your mule.
She pats Mateo and says, "Clowns," and then starts leading him into the tower.
Well, what happened in the meantime, you know. We are peated out throughout the week. So, we're gonna skip straight forward to the end where we took off during the week.
Yep.
But I'm actually gonna call a break early at this point. Because I need to go to the bathroom, and I think the next part should be uninterrupted.
Oh,
So we're doing a break now. We'll be back in 10
Okay.
minutes.
rip.
Okay.
Alright.
Completely fine. So, okay.
Fine.
You're in Foundry, I assume. Yes, you are.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
So, like I said, we're... wait, I have shit here that I shouldn't be having. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. Computers. God damn it. Where is it? Visible day. There we go. Activate. So, we're basically starting off with you walking through the door, right?
Mhm.
Whatever happened in the last 24 hours will be played out during session on Sunday.
Mhm.
I do expect it to be appropriately emotional because Snaga's gonna go bye-bye. That's was pretty obvious, right? You already saw the drawing, so I'm gonna show that again.
Mhm.
So yeah, you said bye-bye, you said your farewells. Stana went with Snaga. She's gonna escort him back and lead a productive life.
That's the decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like the whole conversation of she had with Camoran, where Camoran was like, your master wouldn't have wanted you to go on a revenge spree because he was not that kind of person, right? And her realizing that basically she still has stuff to live for here at home,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And then basically her going home, and then also making sure that Snaga makes it home, and not only that, but she's also gonna be his witness, but because nobody will believe him if it's only a drawing, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a nice little, emotional happy ending there. She's gonna give you her her healer's kits, because she taught you all the combat magic stuff and that kind of thing. And then everyone will get ready, and then Viera will basically slap you on the shoulder right before you go through to get that gift of alacrity that you rolled.
Okay.
And that gives you a 1d8 to your initiative for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and this is basically what's gonna happen right before you step through the door. And then,
Awesome. All right.
and this is basically where we start off. So yeah, are you
All
ready?
right. I'm ready. Okay. First question: are we going together into the tower or one by one?
I figure you going one by one through the door. Because I forgot to mention that. Like, once you're in front of the door, you will basically realize you're not looking into a room. You're looking into nothingness. Right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking into nothingness, and you could go. You cannot even fit at the same time through the door, right? You would have to
Okay.
enter it one by one anyway. At most, you can enter like in pairs, but like again, and not to mention Vieira is leading an entire freaking mule with her.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
it's actually more likely that you enter in one by one anyway. So like yeah, there's this inky blankness, like just darkness in front of you. And then you just step in. You can't even see the floor. Like literally, it's that black, right?
Okay. So.
Anything you wanna do before you step through the door, besides gift of alacrity and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I guess wave back towards Snaga and Stena where they're, I'm guessing, preparing to leave.
Hmm.
And then
They
before
probably
going
already left.
inside, yeah, okay. Then I guess I look backwards and a wave of see you on the other side towards whoever is coming behind me. And then I just palm my pouch, take out that lucky glass marble I have, and with deep breath in, I just blow on it, cast light, and with it in my hand just shining, I step inside.
Oh, that's clever. That's clever. I like that. Well, you step through,
Yeah.
and the world collapses into a perfect pinpoint. At the beginning, there was nothing. It was darkness beyond darkness, a soup of nothingness, a bottomless emptiness and inky blackness. And then came the elements, and there was fire, and there was earth, and there was water, and there was air, and they mingled and fought and writhed and merged, and then came matter, and like a bird above the watery abyss, from that matter light appeared. It was good, and it separated light from dark, life from death. The matter flowed freely, filling the nothingness, expanding, condensing. It became the sky, and the sky became the heavens, filled with the shine of life, flickering and pulsing pale blue within a black sea. And then the matter condensed further, gathering in one place, a giant tree reaching into the sky with branches so massive they defy comprehension. Land appeared, and water too, and there it was, the land and the earth and the pooled water and the ocean. And there was mind, and with mind came time, and with time came destiny, and with destiny came delusion, and with delusion came dream, and with dream came desire, with desire came despair, with despair came destruction, and with destruction came death. And death made them shatter into thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of pieces. And the pieces were the stars and the moons and the sun. And there was evening, and there was morning, and there was life. And life evolved. And you open your eyes, and you're standing somewhere in space, endless stars flickering in the background. And somewhere off in the distance is this bubble, like a soap bubble almost, a sphere, barely visible. And stars are flickering and shining. and you're a moment to yourself, gathering your bearings. It's like almost you're standing on a mirrored surface, but when you look down, you don't see yourself. But the ground is firm. It is solid, smooth. What do you do?
Oh, taking in deep breaths. Eyes a bit wet, I just rub them a bit. And start walking towards the bubble.
You keep walking for a while, and it's odd. You do get the sensation of moving. It like seems like the stars on your side, they pass like you would expect. Like you would expect when you're moving on a ship and you see the stars in the distant horizon, they very slowly move past you, but you know that you're passing great distances. But the bubble in front of you isn't coming closer. It's almost like, you know, the kind of mirages that you sometimes see out in the ocean when it's a really hot day and you think it might be a ship, but it's just flickering air. And then you become aware of a presence. And out of the darkness, a form builds. Someone walking towards you. You don't hear footsteps. And you realize you didn't hear your own either. And the figure, it's almost like they condense out of that flickering, miragey air. And before you stands a man. Sometimes, if it works. Ignore that. Ignore that.
There you go.
There. And before you stands a man. Not too special in his appearance. He is of average height, you know, not too short, not too tall. Nice jawline. Um, he has this like odd black robe suit, something in between. It's, you know, from your tailoring sensibilities, they seem very well made to the point of like you can't see the stitches. Also, you can see him, but there's no real light source here either. So it's like odd, right? It's like the entire space is just odd. And the one really striking thing about him is his eyes that are almost glowing white.
What are you?
I am the guardian on the threshold.
Are you here to stop me, to guide me? What?
I am here to offer you a final choice before you continue.
What's the choice?
The choice is to continue on or to return to your own place, your own world. Never to return here ever again.
Oh. I don't know what you are, but if you knew anything of me, then you'd know I have to go on.
What I am is bound to my word. And my word is that I will make sure that everyone who comes here is aware of this choice, they make it willingly. It is a one way. You either leave forever or you stay forever.
Can you tell me what's there on the other side?
A world. Not so much different from yours. Maybe very different from yours. Depends on perspective. What is on the other side is potential.
Potential. So there's hope.
Potential. Only potential. No promises. It is on you. You have the potential to fulfill whatever you want. And you might fail.
Well, I guess it's potential at least. And I'd fail anyway back there. So, my choice has been made days ago. Maybe months ago. I'm going.
All right? And he steps aside. And the surrounding area becomes brighter and more pronounced and visible, and it's almost like the sphere takes on more form, and to left and right appear doors, and like the door into the tower, they don't seem to be leading anywhere. And he will gesture again towards them both and point out that the left one leads beyond into the unknown, and the right one leads into the familiar. This world versus your world.
I'll just tightly clasp my little marble to my chest and with a thank you, I just bolt towards the left one.
And you drop. It's like falling. And again, things blur past you and you lose track of your surroundings, and then you stop and your feet touch ground and you're in a different landscape. There's still this like flickering mirage like thing on the corner of your eyes, right? It still doesn't feel quite real. It's like walking through the most vivid, realistic dream while you're still aware that it's a dream. But you feel the heat from the front of you, and there's a path, and the path in the distance you see leads towards fire and forges. And as you start walking, you start hearing your footsteps, and you realize you're walking and crunching on shards of glass.
I kneel down and a closer look at the glass, just in astonishment.
It's all colors, right? It's it looks like it's been lying around for a while because it's rounded. It doesn't have jagged edges anymore, right? So it's almost like you could confuse it for, pebbles, but once you like lift it up, it's glass, right? And they get rounder the deeper it goes. Like the surface is more jagged. There's some sharp pieces on the surface. This is like the crunchy sound that you could hear. But yeah, they're all shape, all color. There's no bigger that's like your hand.
Is there any in particular that, I guess, draws me to it? Or are they just...
No,
Do they just
no,
seem
they
normal?
seem it's just a lot of it.
I just take one of the shots, just one random one. Just roll it in my hands for a few seconds. And start walking again.
And it's one of those paths where, like, limited choice, as in not really a choice. They can either stand there and do nothing, or you can like walk forward to the only place that you can actually see that's like a place, right? And as you get closer, you realize that those are not just forges, as in like metalsmith. These are specifically glass blowers forges. There's an entire like half circle of them, right? And you have all those implementations that you have seen very rarely in like those, back home in those really big workshops where they like made those really artisan vases where they thread the colored glass around the vase, and they make these like sculptures, and beautiful shapes out of all kinds of, colors and see-through and and they make cups and creatures and animals and weird things, and it's that kind of setup, right? It's like, oh man, this is amazing. And then you realize that like it looks like somebody was like making things and then breaking it and then making and breaking and making and breaking, like almost like they were not like happy with what they were making. But at the very center of this, far enough away from the fire, there's a frame. And it looks like whoever was making things was trying to like make shapes and fit it into this frame like a puzzle, but it isn't right. It wasn't right. And then they shattered it again, and then they started all over. And you realize that this entire path that you walked on were probably the leftovers of attempts.
What is this place? Hello? Anyone here?
And just as you ask that, you hear a breath behind you. And it's one of those things you can't really tell why, but you don't want to turn around to look at it. You just hear... It's like labored, right? It's difficult breathing. It's like the breath of something that's just so tired and spent. And it reaches around you because you're like standing in front of the frame, right? And as it reaches around you, you see this clawed hand of like fingers elongating. You know those rings that Indian women have, dancers, that look like super long fingernails? Yeah. So basically the fingers extend into like a shape like that, but it's like one piece. Like it's not like claws like fingernails. It's just the fingers extend into that. And it looks like the entire hand, like from approximately where the thumb joint is, was just dipped into this red color, like somewhat bright red, suspiciously a certain type of red that you have been seeing a lot of very recently. And but you can't be sure because there's like the smell of the forges around you, so it's like that's like, you know, quite prominent. But the hand reaches around you, and you would expect to flinch and to be scared, and there is a certain feeling of wrong, but not in the sense of like that it's a threat to you, if you know what I mean. And it reaches around you and like clacks the fingertip against some of the glass shards in the frame, and clacks it again. And then it wheezes into your ear. Potential.
Greetings, Master Craftsman. Are you... Is this your work?
Potential. You need... I... We need each other.
Wait. Wait, what are you talking about? What?
I can give you time.
You are... You... Oh. Oh. Do I need you to... Do you need you to go there?
You need time. You need time to solve yourself.
Yes. Yes, I need time, and you seem to have plenty of it.
I can give you time if you help solve me. And it clacks the fingernail against the glass again.
Mm-hmm. What is it? What is this?
And it actually, for the first time, starts moving. And it's more like you don't know, like you don't feel it moving. You know it's moving, right? And like passes around you, and like that, like blurry mirage in the distance. It's like having that like flickering heat flimmer, and your eyes can never quite focus on what you're looking at. It's like it's a person. It's a tall person. It looks like a thing from blurry, undefined nightmares where you like run, and something is running after you, but you're not afraid, and it doesn't seem to want to do you any harm. But it's this like tall shape of like elongated limbs and just shapes, just blur, just something undefined. And that underlying thing of like wrong quite know what it is. It's not like wrong as in evil. It's just not quite right. And it's like question mark? Like it's not supposed to be like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it like reaches out with this like super like, you know, like Slenderman style long arms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a deep breath again, which is like right? It's like almost it's like it doesn't have any air, right?
Mm-hmm.
Solve me.
Oh.
And it points at the forges, and there's like supplies, there's like everything you could possibly want to make glass. The right minerals to dye it, the purest of sand, the right temperatures, the tools. It's all in front of you, and as you watch it, you like, and you see the frame, and inspiration grips you, and it's like, yeah, I can do this. I can make this. I need time. And this thing will give it to me if I put it back together. I will put it back together. There's the forge, Samira.
Just slowly, just staring at it and starting to wind up my sleeves. You will give me time. Swear on it. You will give me time and I will help you.
It holds out its hand to you. The left hand with its palms up.
Slap it on top.
And he like closes those claws slowly. Like he gives you time. It gives you time, right, to pull away if you want. Like very carefully closes the claws around your hand, and like turns it around so the palm is up.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Time,
it,
right?
yes. And as it like pulls its hand away, it like pulls the thumb claw basically along the inside of your palm, and then it's just enough to like draw like maybe a couple of drops of blood, and then it touches its own thumb against its own palm, and the red color becomes a deeper red in that spot, and then it takes your hand again, pressing palm to palm, hand to hand in a handshake.
Let's get to work.
And as you make that decision, right, mentally, you feel this ripple, like from the very core of your being. And you know that there is a similar ripple within this other being as well. And it's almost like it draws through you, through your arm, into your palm, into that like tiny pinpoint spot. And you feel there's an object that coalesces, right? And then it just dissipates, like this like tension, and it pulls away and turns your palm up, so like this object is in your hand, and then it takes that deep wheezing breath again. Out into the glass. Make it
Slowly.
parts. All the parts. All the parts.
Deal is a deal.
And then just steps back and lets you do it. Just stands there in the background.
I give you moments. Just thinking about what just happened. And just running my hands over the slight cut on my palm.
Where the cut was, by the way, it turned the blood. The cut is gone. There is no scar.
Okay,
And
the cut is gone. Okay.
yeah, the cut is gone. Sorry, skipped over that. Like derp. There was like a small marble, basically, and basically what it told you is like to melt that into the glass as the first deed, so it becomes part of whatever you're making.
Okay. And I guess I'm just rolling the small marble in my hands. Breath out. Start walking towards the forge. Just at first, very slow and tentative steps, but getting faster and stronger after a while.
And as you approach it, you get this like increasing like feeling of like, you know, when you get inspired and then fever grips you and like, oh, I gotta do this now, I gotta do this now, I gotta do this thing. That's what you start feeling.
Okay. Time. Okay. Just start picking up my materials. Get to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you start mixing, and you know it's like as inspiration strikes you, you mix things, you melt it down, you make that like glowing mass of glass, you know, and you start shaping it, and you start forming and making discs and making that shape and this color and that color, and then you cool it down and you make sure it's tempered right so it doesn't burst, right? And then you're trying to get a shape, and then you know you make it, and then you go back to the frame and it's like, oh no, that's too big, no, this is too small, no, this is not the right color. And then you kind of like, it's a puzzle that you don't know the outcome of. But you are driven to keep making it, and time is flying to the point of like where you forget it exists. You don't know how many minutes, hours, days. You don't feel tired, you don't feel hunger, you don't feel thirst. You just feel this like, make this thing. And as you keep doing it, slowly some pieces fall into place. Some feel right, some not quite, but this shape is starting to take form. And the thing that you start noticing out of the periphery, and you do notice it, but whatever, you're busy. In the sky around you, eyes start to open, huge, like moons, like suns. Just shapeless, detached forms of eyes, of red and other red and deeper red and glowing and watching you, curious. You notice, but you're busy. And you can hear behind you the form, your patron, starts breathing heavier. The breath a bit more rattling. And yet more eyes appear. And it's almost like illuminating the area around you. But you're busy. You're busy making this. You have to finish. You have to finish. Nothing else matters. You have to make this. You have to finish it. you have to complete. And some of the eyes start getting closer, and you would expect it would get bigger, but it actually just seems like an illusion. Like as they get closer, they actually get smaller. And you hear this chittering and whispering. And you can't really make out the words, but you don't really care at the moment either. And the voices intensify and the whispers become more and more, and as the eyes add, and it's some part of you is starting to get disturbed by this. Some part of
If
you,
yeah.
goes like, what the fuck?
If they get too loud while I'm having particularly problems, I will have no trouble just basically shouting silence at them. I need to concentrate. This doesn't fit.
Roman intimidation. They actually shut up for a while. They don't quite go away. They get quiet, right? The ones that came closer back up a bit. It's almost like instinct tells you, and this is from the years on the ships and that you spent on, especially with the pirates. You learn, it's like this feeling before a storm strikes, or before like a particular nasty thing starts swimming past you in the ocean, right? It's like once you've been long enough out at the sea, you get these hunches of oh yeah, maybe we should pull up the sails and or go this direction, or anchor here, or you get these hunches. So part of you, that part of you goes, this I don't like this. This is really bad. But that same part also is somewhat aware. It's like almost they're gauging you. They don't quite know what you are. Almost. They're watching you to figure out what the heck is this thing here doing this thing, right? And that part of you also is acutely aware that the things watching and the thing behind you that you just made a deal with are not the same. They're not necessarily friends either.
So after I shouted at them, and that's just basically came to mind, I will have to take a little breather and start to repress some shudders, some shaking of the hands, and just lightly, partially harder, slap my face to get back into the focus. You're almost done. Then continue on.
And you push and you push, and again, you don't really feel time. I mean, that much already he seems to have delivered. You don't feel time anymore. You don't feel the pressure. You don't feel the acute, immediate pressure that you have been feeling all these weeks. It's almost like a relief. Like a burden taken off of you. For the time being. Time. And you keep pushing, and it's like feverish making. And it's and again, it's like this one piece is in place, and then you put another one, and then another one, and then the first doesn't fit anymore in this configuration. Then you have to shuffle it over again. It's taking shape. You already are starting to fill out the frame into an actual mural, stained glass something. But there's work to be done. And as you get focused, the eyes get bolder again. Some of them come closer. The whispers start swelling a bit more aggressively this time. And just when the first one is actually about to almost come within striking distance, you feel your patron glide up to you and put one red claw against your forehead with one tap, and it says in that like same wheezy voice, yourself now. And
I said back off! Rage.
and that energy dissipates from rage into something else. It's almost like it's transformed, and you get this notion of, oh no, I have something else. I can weave something, I can wield, I can make something happen. You can cast Sanctuary. How do you cast it?
Against every ingrained instinct that Samira has developed over her past years on the sea. Somehow, she feels this time blood isn't gonna invite the sharks. It's gonna protect her. So, with some of the broken pieces, still sharp claws around her, she's just going to cut herself. And let the blood drip right where she got poked on the forehead.
Mm-hmm. War paint.
War paint.
I'm imagining the scene of Mononoke, where she like drags the blood across her cheeks, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. Just the wild from the forehead over the eyes.
And for the time being, it's like they can't look at you, right? They come close, and then at the last moment they turn around. And it's like they slide off of something, right? They want to, and then they don't want to, and then they want to, and then they don't want to. And it's like this. It's time. You got more time. You can keep working.
And she just bolts back to work.
And you keep going, and you keep going, and you're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting there. You can feel it. You can taste it. And then finally, you slot the final piece into place. And you look. It's a shape. It's a person. It's blurry, just like the creature that you made a deal with. It's a start. You're not done. But it's a start. It's a good start. You can feel that you're connected to this. With this portrait, you know you're on the path of time. It will not give you the solution to your problems. It will give you the opportunity to find your own. It will buy you enough time so you can forge your own path and find your own answers. and find your solution while helping recreate whatever this is. And part of you is actually curious to find out what it will be one day.
There's just a smile on my face. I got more time.
Run! And with that, you feel that sanctuary around you just shatter, like, you know, somebody took a hammer to the pieces of around you, and the eyes swell and the whispers turn into screeches around you, and they're after you, and they want this, and they want you, and they want your friend, and you need to get the fuck out of here.
No, you can't. No, you can't have it. Not after all this. And she, after, like, the patron suggested, she starts to run.
And as you run, it's following you, right? Your new friend, patron, benefactor, you'll figure it out over time as you building this portrait what the fuck this is actually and what the relationship will be. You're the maker of it. You have a feeling. But you grab the portrait and you start running. And as it follows you, you feel it occasionally like this like wheezing, and it like a tap in some part, like, you know, in the middle of your chest, you know, like basically imagine like it would follow, like, you know, all the chakra points, but not really, but it's like different spots, and it settles on like a certain spot on your body. It's like almost like you feel like something growing there on your skin, a pulse, like it's almost like seeping power into it, and the eyes are getting bigger. They're like chasing after you. It's like almost like a swarm of very odd-shaped bats. And just when you think they're gonna catch up and they're gonna get to you and they're gonna catch you and you're fucked, you get this like, again, it's like this boiling rage that you first experienced, that you wanted to like let go and just explode, and then it twists and shapes and like goes into something else, and suddenly you just know what to do. Color spray, you will blind them. Glass, you have shards in all the colors in your portrait. And there's glass fucking everywhere.
Chose the wrong victim, motherfuckers. And still with the momentum I've gained from the running, I'm just going to basically do a slide on the glass to spray, to basically spray it and gather some in my hands to throw the rest while I continue to right myself and run. Wrong victim. Find another one.
And basically this is what's happening, like every time you get to a point of like, we don't know what to do, like, you know, first it was the sanctuary that bought you time, and then now like you color sprayed them, and you know, like, and you see here shrieks, and like some eyes shut and they're like, you know, and back off, and you know, it intensifies their anger. They're not really happy about this. But every time you think they're now gonna get you, something new comes. Some new protection. Some cold resolve. Armor of Agathis. How do you pop it, Lena?
I pop it. I guess, action. How did I protect myself beforehand? Well, let me just spray some blood. It's the only one around. Just spray blood is me. I can take it. A slash of on the left of a glass all up my arm, and liquid freezes.
And you can feel that part on your skin expanding, pulsing as you push this power. And just as like freeze around you, like one of the eyes comes out of nowhere, like, you know, a tiny ball, and just bumps into you and freezes over and like shatters into pieces and like explodes into powder.
Learn your lessons. Back off.
But they don't. And now they're also coming from the front. Like one of them pops up further away, blocking your path. And it's like you take this cold that's like seeping from you and you reach out. Chill touch, Samira. How do you do it?
I'm going to well, I have my maul by my side, and it certainly is not for long range, but I have plenty of ammunition around. Swing to the ground. Just basically home run.
Home run. Yeah. So yeah, and you pop the eyeball in front of you, and it also like freezes, shatters, and you keep running. They're coming. They're coming, Samira. They're coming for you, and you can't outrun them. You're not fast enough. You're not Viera. You just, you know, you're built to stand your ground and tank. And then you feel the final touch. Just the slight tip against that part of your skin. It's almost like it's that part of your skin is glassy now. Growing, pulsing, and you feel this rush of speed. Expeditious retreat. And you start gaining and running and running and running. Just running away from these things, these eyes, these looks, that judgment. You have time now, and you clutch it in your arms, and you hug it to your chest. You have time. You have potential. You have it in your hands. You will shape it. And you run, and in front of you, a familiar darkness forms, a doorway, and you push. And you push through. And it slams shut behind you. And darkness. Once again. And this is where we're gonna call it.
Oh my god.
So yeah.
Woo!
where we gonna call it?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. There.
Cool.
Safe background. Cool. And we're back. Okay. So, are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will leave it up to you guys to describe what you look like. I will only describe who's coming in what order.
Mhm.
So you arrive.
Do we?
Yes. The first one to basically, there's no first. You arrive at the same time, right? And basically, for the two of you who are not covered and are actually, capable of seeing things at that moment, is that Cassius basically stumbles in backwards into what seems to be an inner courtyard, and followed by, from a different direction, Samira running into the same place, and then kind of like meeting in the middle and stumbling over a pile of what looks to be a pile of tarp with sand on top. You kick it off from there.
Ow!
Our
Stop
tokens
standing
on?
on me.
Sorry, our tokens on?
Ah!
I don't see.
Oh, you
That's
don't
why.
see. Oh, wait.
I don't see.
It's black.
It's black.
Yeah, and I have vision, so
Sorry. I did make it. I did check it, and it didn't do the thing.
Sorry.
I can see the edge of whatever it's supposed to be.
There
Oh,
you
yeah.
go. Okay, there you go.
Okay. I shall check everything else for the future. But yeah. So yeah. You stumble over, and I think you got ow from Vera, and you get a ah
Mhm.
as Mateo shuffles out and gets out from underneath the tarp and gets up, and then just stands there and chews, because that's what he does all the time.
That was my entire one-on-one session. Mateo chewing.
Okay. There's just heavy breathing from Samira as she immediately starts to scrounge into a pack and move things around. And as a description for people who can see, she's looking more disheveled than you ever saw her, even during camping or after fights. Uh, she has very obvious blood smeared on her face, very crusted blood on the left arm. She's very disheveled looking with her hair. Her eyes are wide open and red, like from strain, and she has seemingly new burns on her fingers as she's just fumbling into her pack and heavy breathing.
No winter gear either.
Yep.
Cassius, what do you look like?
Yeah, as Cassius stumbles backwards and he basically falls. And you can see, like, also Cassius looks very disheveled. And, well, you have seen him in fights and he didn't look too good, but afterwards he always made sure to prep himself up a little bit. But his hair is a complete mess. His eyes are red. He's crying still. There's tears coming down his face. And he looks completely messed up, and as soon as he stumbles and he's looks around, he registers that at least Samira's there, and he sees a tarp and Mateo, but then he just collapses on his knees and continues crying.
Riera.
Crawls out from underneath the tarp.
That's covered in white sand. Like a whole pile of it.
Mhm. And just starts picking sand out from her hair. Shakes her hair. Looks around a little bit confused. Takes in you two. Samira
Were you followed? Is anyone here? Were you followed?
followed. There was no one where I was.
She just spins in a circle, taking a wide look around.
injured.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Cassius?
Where the fuck were you two?
Very far away, presumably. Though it appears as though we're in a city, so this should be...
The
little
sky
more
above
favorable.
you doesn't just look like night, by the way. It looks like you are in space, right?
Still not done. Still not done.
I guess this is part 2.
I want to mention at this point the light that you see is like oversaturated light. There's no sunlight. You have no idea where it comes from, but you have this like almost like, you know, when you glance towards sunlight, you know, that impression when you look around, you know, it's almost like a bit painful on the eyes, except Vera. Vera is fine. You know, Vera is fine. She had that for a little while.
This is soft relief from
Yeah.
where I've been. Whew.
I know you're injured. Cassius, and she just drops next to you. Do you need to
I'm
heal?
fine. Do you
No.
need healing? Do
No,
either
I'm-
of you need healing?
I'm good. Fuck this city. Yeah, I already don't like it.
Let's
What?
get our thoughts together. First of all, for a little bit of sanity on my part, you both know me from a small town. Where did we first meet?
You snuck up on us?
Yes, I did.
Did
Cassius. What was
what?
the name of the town where I snuck up on you?
Arabelle.
What's with the questions?
Proving
What?
that you're not part of the tower's trial and that you are real. Because the place we are in is not real.
Feels pretty damn real.
It feels it, for the most part.
Are you saying what we did was imagination?
Somewhere
it is.
between real and not real, I think. I think it was very real what you went through. But I don't think it was a real place. It's all part of the tower.
So nothing mattered. Nothing actually happened.
Oh, I think it mattered. And I think had you failed, you very much would have died like the skeleton I found. But you didn't. You're both here. I suspect that means you both passed the first part of your trial. And
First part.
whatever this is the second part of our trial. Cassius, sit and take a few deep breaths. Samira, what was your first part of your trial?
Pure madness? I don't know how long I was there, but I was just working and working and fucking watched. This better have been goddamn real.
Who you watched by?
I don't know. Which eyes?
So I'm guessing neither of you had a pleasant first part of the trial.
Well, if it wasn't real, it didn't even fucking matter anyways.
Well, I'm not sure whether it was or wasn't, but I get the impression this place is designed to test you for some reason.
You said you were a skeleton?
No, I wasn't a skeleton.
There
I came
was
across a
there was-
skeleton. My trial started with me standing in front of what appeared to be another world. A giant sphere of some kind, and it didn't matter really how far I walked. The stars moved, but the sphere didn't get any closer.
And there was a guy calling himself father.
Yes.
He gave you a name?
Yes, he did. He answered quite a few questions for me.
He didn't answer me jack shit.
I just had a choice, and was it?
He told me that my sister had come through.
Well, at least he gave something to someone.
I guess perhaps you didn't ask the right questions.
No, he just told me he doesn't want to give me a hug. What does that mean, a fucking hug?
He doesn't want to give you a hug.
Yeah,
Do-
he can rot there.
Do you want a hug?
No.
Mm.
Are you sure? You look like you could use one.
I could use one.
I will roll deception. Probably with
Insight check him.
disadvantage because he's still like his eyes are red and he's not crying anymore, but it's still there. Yeah.
It's not bad.
Oh, he's lying.
I want to try to.
Vera will hold open her
Nope.
arms and motion to both of them.
Get up and walk over to her, and he hugs her, but it's like super tight, like very, and he almost like starts crying again.
Yeah, just give bear hug to both of you.
She returns them.
Oh,
The important thing is we're here together.
God.
Yeah.
How long
And
were
we
you?
have each other.
How long was it?
Oh.
How much passed?
I've
For me,
no
months.
What?
months.
But I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I didn't do anything.
I very much had to eat and very much had to sleep. Part of my trial was survival. And it wasn't a place I've been before. I was dumped in the middle of a desert. Hence all the sand.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said that.
Oh,
That's
Samira,
fine.
that sand is purest quality.
Yeah, I
You might find it useful.
Very similar
me
to
a
the
second.
sand you were using.
Yeah, give me a second. So you just start shoveling it into the bag.
But damn if it doesn't get everywhere.
Loud
For me,
chewing
it's-
from Matteo.
For me, it's been, I don't know, but it was maybe an hour.
Really?
Uh-huh.
And this is why I think part of it wasn't real and yet part of it was. Because there is no way that you and I can be here now together if months passed for me and only an hour passed for you.
Didn't the father say, or at least he told me that time is not linear. It's like wobbly or something. I don't know what he said, but something like that.
Would make sense. It doesn't obey the same laws as the natural world.
I asked him. I asked him if you guys came through, and he said they haven't, but they have.
What?
I'm so fucking tired of these riddles. It's
So what was the rest of your trial then, Cassius?
well, I ended up in a cave. It wasn't dark. There were a bunch of glowing crystals. There was an old dude. He was naked. He was in a crystal. I walked around. I touched the crystal. It kind of locked me in place because it started growing on me. So I would have probably ended up like him. And basically this guy, he started talking to me and blah 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 and promises and blah blah blah. And then I was in a place from home. It was a temple, or the basements of a temple, at least. And I saw my dad. That was fun. Yeah, it was fucking fantastic.
I sense sarcasm in your voice.
Those scars?
Oh.
What scars?
The ones the ones you saw in the forest on my back. Yeah, he used to beat me with a whip.
Oh my.
You know.
I'm so sorry, Cassius.
Yes, Chris, you were there during the short rest when it was raining.
I think he's role playing it as in he forgot because of the head wound.
Okay, sorry.
I'm very aware of Cassius's scars as a player.
And I killed him. But he was like all gooey and like he wasn't human, he was a monster. Well, he if that fucker is still alive, he is a monster. But at least it doesn't show on the outside, but this time it showed. And I fucking killed him. And I was there as well, I was there as a kid. And then I got pushed out by the guy in the crystal because something was coming, like a red light, and I just got fucking thrown out of there. And now I'm here. So yeah, great trial. It wasn't months, so
No.
That's nice, but
Sounds like it was designed to test your mind.
well, whoever designed that shit, they succeeded.
Well, you're still here, so it seems as though you passed whatever it was.
Mm-hmm. I just hope I killed him in real life. That actually happened, but
I take it he was still alive when you entered the tower, as far as you know.
Probably. Weeds are hard to pull out.
Well, you never have to see him again.
That is true.
I don't know.
Get stuck here in the tower. So, what exactly happened in your trial, Samira? You were put to work?
It was just, and she starts to fumble in her haversack again, pulls out a little glass portrait. I was working for weeks, it seemed, to make this. And there were eyes watching me. I don't know what they wanted, but they got closer and louder. Then I had to run.
The eyes got louder?
I don't know. It was just eyes, floating eyes, and it was you know that ringing in your ear you get sometimes after loud sounds,
Mm-hmm.
like that. It's just louder and louder. I couldn't concentrate, and I got worse at working. I had to start blowing more glass, and then it broke again, and
Who is the portrait of?
Shin, do you want to describe the portrait?
So basically, it's a wooden frame, right? And what looks basically like somebody removed like a square-shaped stained glass window out of a building, right? But like it's basically, it doesn't have a background. You can actually see through bits of the glass. The glass shards are different shapes. It's like a stained glass window, but like a bit more chaotic, and it shows the outline, the shape of a person, a dark like silhouette without, almost like Picasso, like scrambled, right? There's no eyes, no mouth, no nose. It's like the beginnings of an outline of a person. You don't know, female, male. It's just a silhouette for now. It's despite all that, it looks really beautiful, right? It's like these. You have never seen this many colors of glass, polished and fitted, and it's an intricate puzzle put into this frame that's like basically at the width of Samira's chest, bit tiny bit wider. It's barely, like it barely fits through the opening of the haversack, basically.
Do the colors or the glass resemble the crystals that I saw?
No, this is glass.
Okay. Yeah, but also the colors, because the colors of the crystal were super.
The colors of the crystals were a purplish blue towards golden, right? So
Mm-hmm.
basically between blue towards golden with the purple as an in between.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember at the very beginning, when the world collapsed to a pinpoint, the tree that was growing into the sky, and by the way, by tree I mean very metaphorically. Imagine like somebody drew, those photographies with like where people move lights and expose like the shutter to the camera, and then they can basically write like lines with the light while the camera is taking the picture. Imagine lines like that in those colors reaching into the sky above, into the shape sort of a giant tree, right? Those colors.
Mm-hmm.
The crystals are those colors.
Mm-hmm.
And also above you, the stars, if you now actually pay attention to it, shine in the same colors above you.
I mean, it was some kind of creature there, and I had to make this portrait for them. And I'm guessing it's them. I don't know who or what they are.
But are you wounded? Are you okay?
Superficially, not badly. For my escape, I had to. I don't know. It was so strange. Things were happening. I don't know.
Is anybody hungry or thirsty?
Samira's starving.
Oh my god. Now you say. Time must have passed because I could eat a horse.
I've got one of those berries if you want it. It's not
Please.
quite a horse, but
Eh, anything help?
There's Matteo.
Cassis, you just had breakfast like a couple hours ago.
I'm fine.
Ah,
I kind of want to kill the donkey though.
thank you.
No killing the donkey. His only crime is that all he does is chew. But I did end up
My
talking
dad's
to
name is
Matteo.
Matteo. Oh, sorry.
Oh, do you want to? Do you want to give him a new name?
I think he probably has a name. I just didn't ask him.
Let's give him a new name.
No,
Maybe
it's it's good. It's a reminder.
Sure.
If you don't mind,
Your decision. It's alright.
no, it's good. I'll kill him later.
Viera hands a berry to Samira.
She just gulps it down, along with water. As I mentioned, she's thirsty.
I can fill up your water skin if you want me to.
There's no water around.
That doesn't matter.
What?
Why does that need to matter? I had a very interesting few days in the desert.
Sure.
Well,
Here.
mummy, right? So
Well,
were you all alone this time, except for?
No. There was Matteo, and there was Foxy,
Foxy?
and there was Tiffany occasionally, though.
Can I check Viera and see if she's like? Can I see in her eyes and see if she's like
Sane?
talking out of her ass or sane?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it's a check. She seems completely reasonable and normal.
Right.
She's just describing what she saw.
Foxy and Tiffany.
What else?
Well, Foxy was a desert fox.
Yeah, I remember your terrible naming convention. Yeah.
Who I met in the desert and helped me to survive. And Tiffany showed up at the start. Something to do with the tower, I presume. I think she mentioned knowing the father. And basically the trial is what she said had changed over time, because once upon a time it was possible to enter the tower and get stuck, unable to complete your trial. But that wasn't the case anymore.
Okay.
And she started off appearing very wise and cautious and ended up looking a bit like a child by the end of it. She had generally childish behavior. She would flick me on the forehead, that kind of thing. But it was all supposedly part of teaching me. And I learned a few new tricks and skills, one of which is the ability to create water. Went through what appeared to be like a practical training session, which lasted, I don't know, definitely weeks. I basically started off in a desert and had to cross the desert, is what I was told. I think it was a bit more of a metaphorical cross the desert, however, because it was more about learning things than actually going from one place to another. It started off with simple things. I can predict the weather.
Mm?
I'm not sure how far the prediction lasts at the moment, but it did help me once or twice. Although Foxy was a lot more help than me predicting because I kept forgetting to predict. I can create water, like I said. I can speak with animals, and they can understand me.
Wow.
And I can befriend animals, provided I'm not aggressive to begin with, I think. And for the most part, a lot of it is or feels like the sort of magic that one of the elders in my village used to perform. It's very nature-related druidism. And I'm still learning, I suppose. The trial ended for me with well, there were several storms. One of them was a sandstorm. One of them was a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm had like little devils, imps, demons, something, but they enjoyed summoning electricity to try and hurt me with. And I found ways of kind of deflecting some of it and being able to harness it into my attack as well. Didn't work with a bow though, it only worked with a sword.
So kind of like this, and Cassius pulls out his rapier and booming blade. So thunderous energy surrounds it.
I see you've also learned a few tricks. Not quite like that though, mine is more a case of I think I can deflect what is coming to me. I still get hurt by it a little bit, but not as much as before. But I can also harness it to use it in another attack back on whatever it is I want to hit. What other tricks have you picked up?
Well, I would have to strangle something to show you.
Oh.
That sounds charming.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I was running, things were kind of happening too. I don't know if it's similar to yours stuff. Feels kind of like my other things from before, more instinctual. And I will stand up and, as if doing a swipe with my weapon, just kind of through the air, and a blast of chill touch will come out.
For her, it's literally she'll touch. By the way, she literally freezes things. It's not strangling things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lena. Repack it to cold damage.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay. Interesting. So we've all come out with some form of magic. In a nutshell.
Seems like it. I don't seem to have much control over it. So
perhaps that's part of your trial to learn
Be
to
careful.
control it.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, maybe don't stand too close. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't know what's gonna happen to you. This is a lot.
And as you sit there and talk to each other, you can hear, because this space is oddly quiet, right? It's very muted, right? There's no wind, there is no nature sounds, no animals, no crickets, no nothing, right? It's just quiet, right? And therefore, like, and your voices are not really being carried that far. Like, it's not like you're in a room, but it's also not like echoing either, like in a cave. You know, you can hear each other normal, but therefore, when you hear footsteps of like basically shoes on cobblestone, it's like jarring immediately. And from one of the openings of this, what looks to be an abandoned place, right, comes the father.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so much for we might meet again.
It all depends on the trial and whether you get this far.
How far is this far?
Far enough for the next step.
So what now?
It's
I had a
Tiffany
goal
related to
beforehand,
you?
but
He kind of tilts his head for a moment and thinks about it. Potentially. That is a complicated question to answer. Not directly.
Is this the last step of our trial?
2 more.
Including this one or excluding this one?
Depends on whether you mean literally steps as in walking or the steps of the trial as in metaphorically.
I think you know which I mean.
I cannot read minds.
Good. I'm glad that's clear. Metaphorically.
You have to make it to the tower and then pass the trial of the tower. He's dead serious, by the way.
I thought we kind of did the trial thing.
are you here to give us a task, or?
He kind of points towards, by the way, the opening, but did you see in the picture, like the blue, with the blue background, where like you see like a cobblestone street going off into the distance?
I, for one, am getting tired of chasing the blue light across deserts and landscapes.
Follow the path. The path will lead to a mountain. In the center of the mountain is the tower. Enter the tower, pass its trials, and you enter the world proper.
So, is this also this in-between place?
Yes.
Thought so. The thing that happens to us, was that real?
Yes.
And no, probably.
Yes. It is real for you. It will not be in existence after you leave. It is real only for you now, only here.
So it won't matter after.
Whatever you take from it belongs to you, and it will be yours.
Okay.
Insight checks Samira to see if she's worried about losing the portrait.
I mean, that's a very specific thing to insta check. You can insta check general, like if she's relieved.
Yes, sure. I will insight check relief, but
But
I
then-
heard the relief in her voice.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, she wasn't trying to hide relief at the moment.
yeah.
Which you could also extract from her previous, like, talking. So what's next? Have any tips?
Oh, don't ask for general things.
Ugh.
He
Apparently,
nods.
he will explode your
He's
head.
a very specific being with very specific constraints.
I'm not good at wordplay.
Me neither, says the father.
Do you
Oh,
know
you
someone
could've- you
called
could've-
Yes?
Tricked me in that.
Language is very imprecise. There are words that mean multiple things. There are multiple possible answers to certain questions. Questions that pertain to possibilities of time are very difficult to answer. I can answer them. It is not impossible, but your mind are not built to comprehend the answer. The last time I tried, it exploded the person's head, and then I had to revert it, which is doable, but it's messy. I don't like messy.
So would it be okay to ask how much time passed in my trial? My first one?
He like
Oh,
pauses, he's like none, and says yeah. He says none. Subjectively, days. Objectively, time doesn't really exist in that way here.
Of course it doesn't.
we're in some sort of plane of existence right now,
Yes.
controlled by you.
Facilitated. Not controlled by me. Controlled by the place itself. It is built that way. I don't know what your trials will be until you enter it, and then the place itself bends itself to your particular experiences.
So you
Who
don't
is
know
that?
what our trials will be, but what if they already happened?
I know they happened already. The next part of the trial is the part that is not different to each individual. And you're standing in the remnants of the old trial. And he like looks around him.
Hurts. Ugh.
So, I have a specific question. Well, more, but one, the the light that I saw, the red light, or the eyes that Samira saw, are they connected?
He frowns at that. He looks dismayed.
Oh, were they not supposed to be there?
No. Unfortunately, none of the existing mechanisms are perfect. We are limited in our capabilities. No, those things were not supposed to be there.
So are they still following?
He like kind of like tilts his head, like almost like he's listening for something, and then opens his eyes again. It's like, for now you are safe.
Of course.
I would recommend speeding it up.
What is it? Or they? Or is this another mind explosive thing?
There are a part of this world that occasionally causes trouble. None of your task to deal with. There are people who deal with it.
if they had reached me, what would they have done to me?
Depends. Some people lost their minds. Some people became a tool. Some people didn't have any bad things happening at all. We call them the traceless.
Perfect. Just perfect.
And you just watch all of these trials happen? Like you just sit there, you know?
I do other things.
Okay. Do you get a kick out of it?
He like pauses for a moment. Oh, okay. Yes, I understand. No, it is my duty. I am the guardian at the in-between. I am the guardian of the threshold. It is what I do.
Right.
Who
Okay.
gave you this duty?
I was made for it. I ascended into this position a long, long time ago.
Implying that you were something before this.
I have. He kind of squints, vague memories of a mortal body, a boy. It has been time. If you have existed in this way a certain amount, certain things become hazy and distant and somewhat irrelevant.
You said that we should speed things up. What happens if we don't?
I am not entirely sure. They're not supposed to be able to reach into here. So I would like it that you speed it along so I can make it safe again.
I don't want to go mad, so I guess let's go.
Might be too late for that. You can see like a little bit of the old cast is returning. This is a tiny bit there.
A few more steps and you'll both be back to normal. Is there anything we should be wary of when it comes to these traceless?
Don't look at them, don't talk to them.
Oh. Seems like it broke the rules already.
Shh.
I mean, it is not really a rule, it is a recommendation. You are your own person, you can make your own choices.
So we follow this path through a mountain
Two,
to the tower.
don't fall
And
off the
then-
path.
Pretty accurate advice, I guess.
You will find the tower in the center of the mountain, at the end of the path. You will find a doorway. You enter it. You will have your
Is there
trials.
a clay golem outside that
No.
we have to bow to?
You just enter through the door, and the trials are on the inside of the tower. Once you pass all of them, it will unlock the entrance into the world proper.
Seems
Well.
like a strange group trial to me. Walk a path and don't fall off it.
He kind of steps a bit backwards and like kind of leans and then just points towards the pathway, right? If you
What
look,
if we don't want to walk? What if we choose to get there some other way?
if you have another way of getting there, you can do that.
Well, unless you learned some other new tricks, I guess we're walking.
We should go.
It's a bit further than 30 feet, Misty Step.
Well, no time like the present, huh?
Yeah. I assume we'll see you again in the third trial then?
No.
Part of me is glad, part of me is not.
He
Alright,
just
whatever
stares
this
at you
is.
expressionlessly, like there's no answer. He doesn't seem offended either way.
Have a good whatever this is then, and she starts to leave.
Well, while we're walking,
Yeah, I will put the portrait back into my haversack.
presumably the third trial we may not be together again. So, does anybody need anything before we get to the tower?
Do you have like one of those berries to go?
Yeah, lots. Here's an extra berry.
Oh, thank you. And he will put it in his pocket.
Not sure whether it matters here with time, but somebody in my trial died from hunger.
Oh.
Foxy told me they ran out of food. So it
Well,
seems to matter and doesn't seem to matter in some cases. Anyway, we'll start walking.
As soon as you step out through that archway, this is what you see. And then it becomes very clear why he told you not to fall off the path. Mind you, it's wide. It's a good 20 to 30 feet, right? But there's no railing on the side. It's just a pathway. And then bottomless edge through the clouds, you don't know where it ends up. Presumably nowhere, you have no idea. Just, it doesn't look like a good idea to fall off. But on the other side, there's also no wind. So, and then it stretches off into the distance, what looks to be a floating island. And then as you keep walking, you actually realize that the buildings were also on a similar floating island. And if you look left and right, far off into this distance, there's more like, it looks almost like somebody shattered a city and the remnants of it are floating through the space.
Somebody had too much time on their hands.
Oh, Lord. Well, it's honestly been only a couple of hours, but I can't say I missed you guys. Jeez. Oh, fuck.
Well, 2 more trials, and then we're through.
Oh.
I hope it's not gonna be weeks again.
Oh, I just hope we have to kill someone from our past again. That was
Oh,
much better than ending up in the desert.
You would have hated working non-stop, so I guess.
Yeah. Fair enough. I think I took the easy way.
Yes,
Depends on what we ask.
I learned a few tricks in my time in the desert.
Fair
Desert's
enough.
full of poisonous creatures.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I've also learned how to harness them. So.
That's useful.
Oh yeah, of course. You had that book, right?
Yes, I did. And
you had time to read
time
it.
In the desert.
Of course you did.
I spent days wrapped under tops, dodging sandstorms.
You know, the only sand I used was that I had to work with, so. I guess we had some similarities.
However, as you move on, it becomes very quickly obvious that the next leg of the trial is actually getting to the mountain, because while there's no wind, there's no obvious danger besides like don't get too close to the edge and fall off, right? But again, it's like a pathway that's like solidly like, comfortable, wide enough. Is that just sheer silence, right? Not even the desert is this quiet, right?
That's what we've got Cassius for.
But it's also you start understanding that part of it is actually dealing with each other, and you have only each other for the foreseeable like walk. There is like only your own company. There's nothing else here. Nobody else here. No nothing, right? So for the better or worse,
start talking to Mateo.
yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's like for better or worse, basically this is it. Like once you get to the actual floating island, it gets a bit easier in the sense that it's less like vertigo inducing towards the edge, because now you have actual landscape around you. It looks like this like red sandish stone landscape, like you're on Mars basically. You always see, right? But it also gets more difficult in the sense that the landscape becomes like the road becomes more jaggedy. You have to actually climb places, right? To the point of like that you have to help each other get onto the next cliff above, right?
No problem.
But you see that like easily that maybe some people wouldn't have been exactly had an easy time with this. People certainly who are afraid of heights would have had a horrible time even getting across that path, right?
Yeah.
But eventually you get up the mountain, and it's one of those things like you weren't really tired. You walked for certain more than just a few hours, for sure, but you weren't getting tired. You weren't getting hungry. You weren't getting thirsty. You just, walked for quite a while in silence as well, because again, it's a long way. But eventually you make it to the top, and then as you get up there, like it's almost like the light is dimming and it becomes more tranquil and darker and softer, and then there in the middle of the mountain peak in the distance you see the tower.
Oh, this is different.
You don't see where the end is. It reaches up into the black sky. It is quite wide. It's about 100 feet from where you can see right now, you think? And there's this like soft fog slowly, just not even drifting, just hovering, because no wind, right? And eventually you reach the front, and there's an opening, a door, like proper door, with handles. You can push it open.
Presumably we walk past some of this wood.
Yes. They
I'm
look
gonna
like
take a branch.
yeah, they break off. It's not exactly brittle. You have to put some force into it. It's petrified wood.
I'm gonna take a branch that looks like it would be good to carve a quarterstaff out of.
Yeah. Can easily find that. It looks, you even find bits of nature like grass, but it's all petrified. It's like frozen in the moment.
Yeah. Don't mind me, just bringing some wood along for the journey.
I'm just saying, if you see any crystals, don't touch them.
We'll remember that. If you see any eyes, run. Or shout at them. That worked at first.
shout at them.
Yeah. They get mad, but they back off for a second.
Ah. So kind of like with the trees.
Exactly.
Huh.
That seems like a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Well, does anybody need anything before we head through?
No. I just want to get this over with.
Yeah.
Need a
If
bath.
we go to this tower and we just end up back in this fucking volcano, I'm seriously going back in and finding this father guy.
To beat him up.
No, to have a tea with him.
I'll come with if that comes to it.
All right. So can we take a look? What does the door look like? Is it
Like everything
carved or-
else here, it looks like it's made of stone, but it looks like petrified wood. It looks like it used to be a normal doorway at some point, and then it turned to stone.
Are there any visible signs around the doorway of space between, i.e.
Yes.
something small could fit through?
I mean, no, I mean, enough to presumably open it up, right? You cannot squeeze a finger through. You could maybe squeeze a parchment through in between.
Okay. Knock on the door.
You're knocking. You're basically knocking on stone.
You think we're gonna be separated again?
No idea.
The doors don't open
Alright.
by themselves, mind you.
Not if we don't go through the door. I think we'll all be staying here.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
And I open the doors.
There is a giant space on the inside, and all three of you can see it. There is light, pulsing light, coming from the other side, and I'm gonna drop you over there. Presumably, this is what you step into.
Ooh, that's huge.
That is huge.
Damn.
Oh, jeez.
But there's something else when you step through. The light from the center, and it's almost like you can hear a heartbeat. And then you realize it is a heartbeat. Around the center, on 6 platforms, are statues of different things. There are like approximately 10 by 10 feet in size, depicting different creatures, and then there's 2 statues on the left and the right, like one each, that look a bit different because they don't have their own platform, right? But basically, you can come in. I'm just waiting for you to tell me what you're doing, and then I shall describe.
So it's relatively well lit, aka we can see
Yes.
the whole chamber.
Yeah.
Ceiling?
You can't see it. It ends up in darkness, which is kind of like what you would expect from the size of the tower, the way it reached up all the way into the sky.
So it doesn't look like there's any floors in between.
No, no, it doesn't. There's also no obvious way. The walls are smooth, right? I mean, they're stone built upon each other, but otherwise, you would have to have probably serious climbing gear to get up there.
We've got climbing gear, that's fine. Are the platforms colored like they are on the picture?
There are fine. I mean, again, if you are stepping in, then I can describe more. For now, you can see vague color around the bases of the platforms. The platforms are like not very tall, by the way. The platforms are like 20 inches off the ground.
So who wants to take the first step?
Apparently VR does.
Is there anything on the walls?
No.
Smooth stone.
Yeah. As in, like,
No windows.
imagine old medieval towers made out of stone, piled on top of each other, and more, imagine it like, you know, the old Mayan city where they literally built the stones so tight on each other that you cannot even fit paper in between. It looks that way, right? But no
So this-
symbols,
this-
no carvings, no nothing.
The statue in front of me, is it black light
From
around the bottom? Or?
black lines. It's not light. It looks like faint outlines that. Roll an investigation check. It looks like very faint paint. Right? It looks like paint. That's what it looks like. It's like somebody painted over the stones. Around.
What are the statues of that we can see so far?
Okay, the one right in front of you, because you're behind it, it looks like a ball with tendrils on top. Like hair, like sparse hair. Like, you know, like almost like a doll with like a few tendrils of hair on top of it, because it's like a ball from the back, basically. The moment you move away from the doors, by the way, they slam shut and they vanish.
Perfect.
No doors. No out.
On the plus side, that means the father's not going to come in here either.
As you step around from the front, the ball looks like a giant eyeball with stalks on top.
What is that?
I don't know. Roll me an Arcana or History check.
Cassius, what is that?
Cassius has no it looks like a giant eyeball.
It's really good at hide and seek.
Both Viera and Samira, you heard stories about things from the Underdark, you know, where the drow are, especially Viera, right? That there's like creatures that are basically giant floating eyeballs and that shoot death lasers out of their eye stalks on the head. I mean, death beams, sorry, not lasers. You don't know what lasers are.
What is it with the eyes in here? And I just turn my back.
The one to the left of you,
Yellow.
the yellow looks like a very expensively adorned duck or goose.
Okay.
The green one, I'm just gonna flat out tell you, looks like an ankeg. That has that's like rearing up with its like upper body and has its like leggies spread out wide. Mandibles.
No.
The red one looks like a drake without wings. The blue one looks like a giant toad or frog. And the white one looks like a petrified tree. And then the two statues to the left and to the right, one is winged, and it looks like a winged elf almost, if you will, like an Avariel. At least to Viera. To the rest of you, Cassius, maybe an angel statue. You know, you've seen religious iconography like this, you know, all over the place. Samira, you get this like really strange sense of recognition, but otherwise, you know, it's a winged statue. Opposite is a statue that looks like it's wearing a really nasty suit of armor with a horned helmet. It's like basically this like armored man with a horned helmet and like jaggedy, spiky armor. It looks very, impressive, if not
These are all
daunting.
polar opposites.
I mean, the two statues to the left and right, yes, they would be. The others, I mean, you could interpret it. I mean, do you find an ankeg to be the opposite of a drake? Sure.
The ankeg is just a representation of acid, because it spits acid. A drake breathes fire. They both burn, but one is a liquid and one is not. The
What about
others
the
are
duck?
water and fire. The duck.
That's a good question. What is about the duck?
Perhaps it's more a case of water and air.
But what? If one
And
is air, then what?
by the way, Viera, you're not really sure if it's a duck or a goose because it has like more like the head pulled back, so like you can't really tell by the neck if it's a duck or a goose, right? And there's like too much shit adorned on top of it to really clear.
It's fire, acid, water, air, life and death, and then lore and chaos. Or order and chaos.
Okay, and
I have no idea what you are talking about.
Well, the tree represents nature and life.
I just want to mention in the middle, the circle in the middle, the circle in the center of the purple lines. It looks like carved. It looks like that stone is a circle set into the floor. It's flat. It's flush with the floor, right? It looks like it's not one piece with the floor, right? But it's huge, right? You don't see a way of like how you could like move it or lift it. But it looks like it's not part of the floor in that way, right? It's almost like a giant cog that has been petrified and put in the center. And the heartbeat specifically comes from the middle. It becomes more pronounced the closer you get. Otherwise, roll me an investigation check to see if you pick up anything else.
Okay. I doubt it, but alright. Nope, I'm just in rapture with this divine statue over here.
Viera is just walking around.
I am going to go and very specifically inspect the tree.
What's your passive? 10, yeah. Yeah, the tree itself, like I said, it's approximately, I mean, it's difficult to say because these creatures have like different anatomy, but they're approximately all the same size, right? And as you inspect it closer, it, like the nature outside, it looks not like a carved statue. It looks like a petrified tree. Cassius, as you walk around after a while, it takes you a while to notice because, again, the base, right, of these things is about 20 inches off the ground. But after a while, you realize that on the front, on each of them, like basically turned towards the center, is a plaque that was first difficult to see because dim light and B because it seems to have faded over time. But there is an inscription on each one of them. And this inscription is different for each one of them.
Is the inscription for, let's say, the frog one, is it a language I can read?
Yes. And it's weird because you look at it and for a moment your eyes blur and then it's in your native language.
Mhm.
Even in the writing that you're used to from home. The style, everything.
Mhm.
Which one
does
are
it-
you reading?
The froggy one.
Okay, the froggy one. Um, give me a second. Yeah. So, standing there, you notice that it's not just a statue of a frog, but there's also what looks to be a pile of balls in front of it. And the inscription reads, I will just send it to you. And you can read it to the rest of them if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Okay. Guys, these things, they have writing on it.
Oh.
The frog says something about the... I'm not sure if I should say it out loud.
The what?
Probably not.
Well, I don't know. Like... No, it's okay.
I just take a look at the statue I'm at right now if I see a writing.
You don't see any writing on the angel statue.
I don't see any writing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, one of these... Yeah, this one has it. Probably the other ones does do as well.
What's it say? And I come over.
Samira,
Mm-hmm.
you look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and same thing as Cassius. For a moment, the writing blurs, right? It's like, oh, I can't read it. Oh, wait. And as you read it, you realize that you've never seen the writing of this language in your life, but you know exactly what it means. By the way, it's Celestial, right?
Yeah,
You're
I
like,
guess so.
what the heck? I can read this? What the fuck is this language, right? And I shall read it to all of you. I mean, I will put it in chat. But basically, Viera, you can see it in Elven. Particularly a dialect of your Wood Elven, High Forest. AKA, each one of you reads it in their native tongue.
Gotcha.
To shorten this down.
The elves built the tower.
No,
But it
some
basically
creepy
says,
people.
my eggs belong in the lagoon. Out here, they will hatch too soon. Help them stay inside at rest, for if they hatch, you fail your test.
Oh. You guys can read this?
Yep. You can't?
I can, but since when could...
They've got to stay inside the lagoon.
We don't want to fail a test, so... What does that mean? Stay inside at rest. God,
Very
I hate
quickly,
wordplay.
as I'm the quickest, I'm gonna run to the red dragon. Drake. And read that one.
I assume not out loud, right?
No.
No. Fair enough. It reads, well, I'm gonna copy it to you. It's sending. It's sending. It's sending still. There we go.
I will read the white one out loud, but I will read it as it's written, so it will be in Celestial as I say it.
Cassius, you actually understand that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Lena,
Mm-hmm.
If you want, translate it into German, because I'm telling you right now, my basis for Celestial will be German.
Damn, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Rip. Start
So-
learning German, Abel.
Well, I've lived in Germany for 4 years, so
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I think I can manage.
I will. Okay, I'm giving it a tree. Just a second. Sorry, it's a long ass note here. I'm putting it in the chat because the two of you.
Why can't we click on the statues in Foundry and see what's written on it?
Cause GM didn't have enough time to prep. Cause suck. Okay, next time.
Hmm.
Oh,
So since when can you read this?
It's
As
still...
I've read it out loud in
Oh,
Celestial.
Ta-da!
Seriously, when?
So you read it out loud?
Mhm.
The heartbeat gets louder.
Okay, Viera, maybe before we kind of like look at all of them and say something about them, we should do them? Because...
It only activates if you read it out loud.
I think so.
As I read this one out loud,
Something happened.
come here and help.
By the way, Cassius,
the-
you're not reading in Celestial. For you, it's again in common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
Seriously,
fucking
when
with
did
you.
when did you learn that?
I can just read like always.
You kidding me?
No, it's okay. It's the same language as where I grew up. Like everyone speaks it. We are speaking it now.
When did you grow up?
By the way, as you were arguing, in front of you, out of the base, in front of the tree, appears a bowl. Like
Okay, so yeah.
seamlessly, it's still attached to the ground. It's a stone bowl. It's in front of the tree.
Huh. I wonder.
Viera,
So
you
take
read the
Berries in
inscription.
the bowl.
Yeah. I was also going to take out the berry.
Okay.
This one. And I kind of look at the others as I'm putting it in, like, should I?
I think
drop it.
Viera already dropped the berries in, right?
Oh, okay.
But I dropped a couple of berries in, not all of them. For argument's sake, we will say I have 2 left.
So yeah, you drop them in, and the bowl. First, like for 1 second, nothing happens, and then the bowl closes around them and pulls back into the ground. And then you can see from beneath your feet the lines, the white lines around the base, start to glow a bit brighter. And now you can see this is not dye. It looks like an energy line as part of the floor. And the circle glows brighter and then converges like at your feet, and then a line shoots out across the floor underneath your feet. No physical impact with you, towards the center into the purple line, and the purple line grows a bit like brighter, and then the wheel in the middle does one click, and you hear this like almost like a gear shift in the ground, and just like there's a tremor going through the tower, and then it goes quiet.
Boy, I'm not looking forward to the Drake and the ice dog creature.
Does the frog need water?
I think so. I think it says.
I rush over there and start reading again in Celestial.
So the
Out loud or?
Mhm.
yes.
Yep.
She said out
Yep.
loud.
Okay. Well, again, the heartbeat grows louder, right? It dimmed in between, and now that you read it out loud, it's it's basically the signals like, okay, yeah, this is now this, that you're doing, right?
Active.
Yeah.
Water?
Pass her my
Stand
water
back.
skin.
Stand back.
Okay.
Are the
Oh.
eggs
Oh.
like on the statue floor?
Yeah, in front of it.
And they're dry currently, presumably.
I don't know. I mean, you cannot really tell. The frog as well as
But
the
does
stone.
it look like there is a lip between the edge on the outer edge, the frog on the inside,
No,
and the eggs
it's
are...
smooth. They're just like almost like a pile of orbs piled onto the smooth stone.
And no bull appears like with the tree?
No.
Okay.
Do we just pour water over them?
Viera mutters an incantation and pulls out her water skin and drops a few drops of water into her left hand, and then kind of throws it up in the air above her, and a cascade of rain drenches the frog statue and the eggs and the pedestal.
Oh.
And for 6 seconds it rains on that statue.
Oh.
Yep. Nice little shower. Statue's wet. The pedestal is wet. The eggs are wet. Nothing happens. Except that there's bits of the stone surface on the frog that starts to chip off and crack.
Oh no.
It's slowly.
Okay, maybe not water.
Stay inside. I need to stay inside.
Help them stay inside at rest. Inside what?
Maybe the frog? Is it the mouth? Is the mouth open?
You can always roll me an intelligence check, right? If you need help, by the way, for a clue.
That's a waste of time.
I'm not giving you the solution, I'm giving you a clue. So if you want a clue...
Yeah.
It's not my best.
Ooh.
There you go.
Cassius, you kinda focus, like, it's with the tree, right? It's like a long sentence, and then it like basically focused on one part of the riddle that was actually the solution. It's like, give me something to heal. Help them stay at rest. What do mothers do to their children when they tuck them in?
Like wrap them in something? Like maybe we should...
Oh yeah, maybe Cass is not the best one to because he had a shitty childhood.
Why they tucked him in? Yeah. They told him a nice story about a god, and then they beat the crap out of him. So I don't think that's a good idea. So something with rest, not water.
What was rest?
Yeah, they need...
And as he says that, you guys,
A lullaby?
potentially, or calming, soothing things. Rest is like something smooth.
Help them stay inside the eggs and rest, not inside the lagoon.
Yeah. Try singing?
We could try. Step forward and try singing. Oh god. Been a while since I've sang anything that isn't a work song. Let's do it very quietly, and she starts singing a very quiet work song.
Work song?
A work song, yes.
A
She
work
doesn't
song.
know any lullabies anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. She doesn't know any lullabies.
Roll me a performance check with disadvantage.
I guess so. God.
Oh no.
Yeah. More bits of the frog are chipping off. You get the impression if you film one more time, something else might happen.
Someone else do something, please.
Cassius, as part of your upbringing, as much as you fucking hate it, you know prayers of soothing. You know prayers of calm, of prayers being spoken to calm down even children. You have a huge repertoire of those things.
Let me try something. And Cassius will. Why am I doing this? Kneel down in front of the statue and offer a prayer to. I don't know. It's not going to be a god. It's definitely not going to be, well, Ilmater. But he will just kind of repeat what he has heard over time and then the more soothing ones. And in that way, probably you see, as he's kneeling and probably from his back, specifically the right side, there's a slight, glow that's shining through his leather armor, like especially from the neck where the openings are, and it's very relaxing, and he's just muttering, and he's not necessarily saying something, but the sound of his voice is very calming, and I will cast Calm Emotions.
The blue light intensifies and brightens. The cracks in the frogs move out. And then the blue light shoots in a line towards the purple. And you can hear another woof of the mechanism, the circle center turning. At this point, you all three should realize that probably not every statue is meant for all of you. You can work together, but there's probably an aspect of each of them where one of you is more suited to it than the others.
Good work.
The Drake needs someone to scare him by shouting at him.
Oh, I'm good at that. And I just walk.
I can do this!
Yes, you can.
Okay,
So,
and I just...
reading out the statue, you have to activate it first, remember?
Yeah, I will give you...
I once roamed the land, ferocious and feared. My roar could terrify all who could hear. Now is the time for your might to be stirred. Step up and scare me. It's time to be heard.
I certainly can roar.
Roll me an intimidation with advantage. You almost get the impression that the statue backs off a bit. The red light flashes and another line shoots towards the center, and you can hear another vroom, and the tower shakes. Right. Each time this happens, by the way, you can feel the vibrations more. And the light seems to grow brighter in the room overall, in the sense that you notice that the darkness above seems to be pushed upwards.
Can we see anything upwards?
Not yet.
As the mirror roars, Cassius will also take a step back.
Yeah, she's fucking scary in that moment.
Mateo is chewing.
Yeah. Mateo does give no fucks. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to show you, this is what the froggy looked like.
No.
Oh, Nixie.
Cool.
And
Drake?
the Drake looks like this.
Bit more scared, but okay.
Yeah.
Now, once again, we
Free, done, free to go.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You're at the eyeball.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What can we see here? What can we read?
I am about to give you the text.
What? Does anyone get this?
Eat what I have stewed. Make it for you.
The heartbeat grows louder. If you have read it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the ground in front of the eyeball comes out what looks to be a cauldron. The cauldron is made of stone, but what's inside is very fresh and bubbly. It looks like the most disgusting mushroom stew that you ever saw in your entire fucking life. It
Anyone
doesn't
get
look
food
healthy.
poisoning?
Vieira steps forward. Is there anything to kind of eat with?
No, but if you have a mess kit, you have tools.
Mm-hmm. She'll pull out her mess kit and
Do
one
you
of the
want that
vials from her backpack.
antitoxins?
I've got one.
Okay.
And she will use her mess kit to fill it up a little bit and then eat it.
Roll
Followed
me.
by
Oh, you
downing the antitoxin.
roll me a Constitution saving throw with advantage because antitoxin.
Ooh.
You can feel this interaction of like the antitoxin pushing back, and you feel like it would have hit you immediately much harder. This is fast acting poison. It's way more potent than a normal antitoxin can deal with it. It's already coursing through your veins. It burns through your system, spreading
Do you need
fast.
Do you need another one?
I don't think a second one will help.
Oh god. Did it at least work?
It will start ticking off 1 HP at a time per 6 seconds.
Oh god. What can we do?
Does a light appear at least, or?
Not yet.
Is there still stuff in the bowl?
Yeah, the stew is still in there. I
How
mean,
much is there still?
It's a full cauldron. It's like a small cauldron.
Oh,
You can kill a small army with that.
Okay, something else.
Vera, can we do anything? What's going on?
I don't have anything.
Vieira, you remember from the teachings in the desert, one thing is the same. Everything is the same. It can be poison, it can be the cure, if you know how to change it.
Don't know how to change it.
I will give you lesser restoration for this because you were supposed to have it prepared as far as I remember.
not what I said at all.
Okay. You can also out heal it, mind you.
That was the plan. So yeah, I'm gonna using the empty vial that had the antitoxin in it. I'm gonna fill that up with the poison and stopper it and put it in my backpack. That'll come in handy later. Aside from that, I just need to set it out.
Sit it out?
There's nothing else to do.
Do you need healing? Are you
Not yet.
okay? As soon as you... Let us know.
As far as I know, nothing's happening.
A trickle of blood comes out of her nose.
I just grab her hand and give her 3 healing points. Health points.
The damage will tick, basically, as long as you have health. Like, for 1 HP every turn. So it's gonna take a while. But basically, you can out-heal it. Like, you can basically wait until the very end and bring her back up with healing. Because it's technically not a poison. It's technically a disease. OC.
Okay, so if I'm explained that, then I can do the healing part in the end.
You can figure it out by, like, checking her over, Samira, right? Roll me a medicine check to see how fast you figure this out. That this is not, like, a classical poison.
Yeah, and I'm not yet proficient, so fuck yeah.
So pretty good.
Oh, thank God.
You've been around at sea long enough to recognize it's almost like a fast-acting scurvy.
Come on, lay it out for a second. It's gonna be alright. You need to... If you pass out, then you're not gonna hit your head. I'm gonna take care of you.
She puts 2 berries on her tummy.
Just a second.
If I pass out, put one of those down my throat.
Do you want better, but okay. We're gonna wait it out. Just holding her hand during this torture.
It's not pleasant, Vera. It's you start, like, at some point she starts convulsing, right? And coughing up blood. It's basically like, yeah, again, it's like fast-acting scurvy. Not fun, right? But eventually it gets to the end, and you counteract it.
Yeah, I immediately bring her back to 3 and then give her those berries. So she's at 5 currently, I think.
The black intensifies. It's odd because black doesn't usually shine. It lights up, and a black line shoots towards the purple, and you can hear another woof, and more intense vibrations of the tower. Viera,
Okay.
you at full hit points. Bit bloodied and stuff, but you're fine.
Oh, you fine?
You feel fine. To the rest of you, she looks like she got more color now in her face. And the cauldron descends back into the ground and is gone.
Oh,
Just an unpleasant experience. A bit like that, does it?
So you were right about the death thing. Are you feeling okay? I can try to help.
I'm fine. If anything, just a little stiff from lying on the ground.
okay, come up you go. I help her up.
She kind of shakes her head.
Ready for this one?
Oh, whatever.
Second.
Can't be any worse than that one.
Yes.
I'll read it out loud.
Going for the birdie.
Yes.
Okay.
Crack.
You can
And just to
imagine.
mess with, Just to mess with Samira, I will read it out loud in Celestial.
Seriously, how did you know that?
But no, he's also stuttering because he's actually actively translating it at the same time, right? So it
I'm gonna
actually,
fix this
and
with
he
you
actually
now.
messes the rhyme up, right?
Oh,
Because
were you fucking with me, you asshole? I just slap his shoulder. Don't.
But it
Do that.
says, you can imagine my shock when I awoke without my flock. If you agree to stand around me hand in hand, I can call them home and I won't be alone.
Come give me a hand and I just hold it tightly.
I don't think we can fit around this whole statue, but
Yeah, we can. We can use them.
Come on. I just drag him up. Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Somebody, I assume, puts a hand on
Hand in
Mateo's front, and somebody holds onto the tail.
Yeah.
he probably is not bothered by it at all.
No, he's like, yeah,
He's chewing grass.
Yeah, he's chewing something.
I did ask him once what he was chewing. He said it was nothing. He just likes the jaw movement.
The yellow light flashes up, and a line shoots to the center. The vibrations are now enough to actually make you like rock a bit. It's like, ho ho, shit! Will this whole thing collapse on top of us? There is also now a low hum that comes along with the heartbeat.
All right. Last one down.
One more to go. Our good old friend, the warm-hearted Ankeg.
Mm-hmm. At this point, you also realize that two things have been solved by Samira, two things have been solved by Viera, one thing has been solved by Cassius.
Come on, Cassius, you're slacking.
All right. I will read the plaque.
You will read. You will
Just
fucking
stink
love
eye.
this.
Stink eye.
You will.
Give him a stink eye.
Read it. I will read it.
If you wish to complete this simple test, then in my arms you will find rest. If you are my kind of bug, you will give me a good hug.
Slap him on the back. Come on, give you a charm on. It's right up your alley.
What's the worst that could happen?
Get my head bitten off? I'm not good with hugs.
Well,
Fine.
it does look like an Ankeg and not a praying mantis, to be fair.
Oh my.
You can't just
Kind
hug
of.
him, though. You gotta sweet talk him first.
Shut up. And I will.
Do you want that potion before you do it?
Come on.
The Ankeg, the
He's
potion.
kind of
The
bug.
Ankeg potion, the bug potion.
But I don't want to turn into a bug.
Why not?
What? Why would I?
That's not an
Fine.
answer.
Give me the fucking potion.
I mean, you might not need it. You might
If
just
you
want
want
to give him
to,
a hug.
you
But if that
have
doesn't
it.
work,
Yeah, just hand me the potion. He's like standing out with his hand and his eyes kind of just closed, like just.
I mean, if you're sure, here you go.
First gonna go up to the statue and give it a hug without drinking the potion.
you're not his kind of bug.
Gonna try it anyway.
Pieces of stone start chipping off of it.
Look back at them, the things I do for you. People.
One of the mandibles actually like breaks through the
Okay.
stone. Yeah.
No. Drink the potion. So what does that look like as a bug?
You know those cartoons where somebody gets like a bug head, but it's still like in their own clothing?
Oh my god.
Mind you, he's the most attractive bug that you ever saw.
There you go. Here's the Echo potion.
Yeah. And I will hug the bug.
It hugs you back and actually nuzzles your cheek for a moment.
Oh. Start crying again.
You can't. No tears as a bug.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it lets go of you. And the green light flashes brighter. And there's a line shooting towards the middle. The entire tower jumps as the last piece clicks into place. All colors bright. And the lines between them. And then you realize that like this is not just a trial, it's like the powering mechanism of whatever the fuck this thing is. And the entire thing, like the entire tower, is vibrating with this hum.
Get yourselves a circle.
Hold on.
Actually, it's converging in the center, right? So yeah, you kind of figure like it, you know, potentially you have to stand in the circles, you know, individually, but for sure you have to be in the middle where the purple is. And then above you, the light pushes up, and opens up the top of the tower above you. And there you see, glowing,
Sphere again.
that sphere. Vera, almost like it. You could imagine that it looks like a tadpole egg. Almost, it has that like membraney look to it, right? And you feel this hum swelling and growing towards something. This is it. You passed the trial. You're about to enter the world proper, whatever that means.
Hold on to your hooves, Mateo.
I will make bug noises.
You've got to roll a d6 to see if you're still in bug form or not. That'd be hilarious if we land in a town.
Oh.
The first person that people see is Cassius, and he's still.
Yeah, the question is that potion, how long does it last? Because it doesn't say.
The moment he steps
say.
into the circle, it fades. If you check it later, the potion will be unconsumed.
Oh, thank God. Oh.
Oh, the potion is permanent.
No.
I
The
think
potion.
It just doesn't count here because.
Oh, okay. Okay, so take it on your sheet, Abel, because I gave it to you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, you ready? The lights around you explode outwards. It's like almost like a wave bursting from below up, and you have this like same dropping sensation that you had after you entered.
You really need to fix that.
What?
The dropping sensation.
Oh, shut up. I'll fucking murder you. Stop writing a moment. Where was it? Wait, I need to just slightly turn this sound down so I can actually hear my own voice. There we go. So yeah, you get this dropping sensation and you fall upward and the vision blurs. And you vanish. And you're a dot. It's different from the first time where you collapsed into a pinpoint. This time, you are a single cell. Without thought, without sensation, without emotion. You simply are. And then a wrench, division, and you are twice the size you have been before, but still minuscule, incapable of thought. Then come more shuddering divisions, more splittings, more doubling, like a balloon filling with the breath of life. You expand and grow. Now a sheet of cells, several thousand of them, beginning to fold into a cohesive cluster with a trailing stern. Specializing, forming a unique structure, gaining complexity as you differentiate it into distinctive sections, developing convolutions, giving you the ability of thought. You can think, sluggishly at first. A mere awareness of sensation, a floating suspended in liquid, of being hemmed in on every side by soft, warm walls. From somewhere in the distance comes the sound of a rhythmical hum, like a thrum, like a beat, a heartbeat. It reminds you that you had a body, a complete form, elsewhere, outside, beyond the darkness that encloses you. This thought vanishes as if swept away by unseen hand. The changes continue. Deep within the cluster of cells that make up this tiny form, more complex structures are forming. A vast network of neurons coalesces, grows, rootlets, links with one another into a complicated, intertangled web. And with each new connection, your thoughts become clearer, quicker, cleaner, better than they have been before. Before? Somehow, you have a sense that all this has happened once before. But this time, the growth and development has a purpose. It has a system, drawn together by more than random chance and ancestry. Some guideline is directing the growth of each neuron and axon, the linkage of each synapse. This time, the structure that is forming is pulled together by the sheer, raw strength of your will. The form is your form. You know how to shape and mold it. It is simply you. A wrench, sudden movement, and you are pushed down a tunnel propelled by violent contractions of the soft walls that surround you. It hurts, it squeezes, it twists you about. And even as you emerge from the tunnel, even as the world begins to spring into focus, something changes, something rips. What felt initially like gentle guiding hands becomes claw talons that hook into your skull, dragging you out of the safe, warm place, flinging you into a world of pain and confusion with the shock of a cold, hard smack. And this is where we're gonna call it.
So, how's it feeling born again?
Oh man.
You guys are in for a surprise next week.
Oh boy.
What I can tell you right off the bat, so you can think about it a bit in the meantime, as a little sneak peek, because you basically land face first into muddy, wet, warm.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Is
Very.
there a battle map?
No.
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 In that case, it's not dangerous. We're fine.
No. I will tell you for next time. I will give you a proper description, but basically you ended up in what looks to be a very open water swamp.
Ooh.
From a forest into a swamp? Are you serious? Oh my
There also
God.
appears to be no sign of Viera. There is, however, a giant black panther instead.
No.
You're kidding me?
What?
Chris.
You literally just landed
Uh.
face first. If this is your first reaction, sure.
It's not.
God
It's
damn
not
it, Chris.
her reaction.
Well, then you will have to explain to me what it is, because
Mhm.
If it is you, you better be
because
prepared to
GM doesn't know about it.
Well, she's been. I'll tell you privately, so as not to give away the secret.
God
But yeah,
damn it.
you ended up in swamp water. It's daylight, and I will give you more descriptions at the beginning of next session.
Mhm.
You are,
Mhm.
but I will give you the info. You are now full. You're double gestalt with all hit points, fully rested, like after a long rest.
Nice.
Do we get to re-prepare spells or no?
It's basically you
Is
get
this,
after this you can prepare your spells as
so
wanted.
this is considered the end of a full
Long rest, yeah.
Okay.
Ah, works. Perfect.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meow.
Alright. Ooh. I guess we gotta go to office now.
I mean, we can, yeah. Yeah, we can. I can wrap it up here. It's like we're only a half an hour early, so. And considering that I will stretch this session in the recording anyway with your one-on-one RP
Oh yeah,
things,
yeah. Like
it's
the
fine.
one-on-ones, yeah.
Yeah. Well then, head over to the office and then we can keep talking and I will just wrap it up here.
Mhm.
All right. See you there.
Alright.
Hi guys. I hope you had fun. They passed the trials of the tower. And now they are in my world proper, and you will find out about it next Sunday. And also next Friday, we finally get to plan stuff for my own world, finally. So yeah, I hope you had fun. Let's find somebody to rate. Let's see. Um, 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 um. Oh yeah, and I enjoyed the unkeg. I fucking love that Cassius was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hug. I'm gonna be a bug and hug. Okay, let me see. I don't know much about this person. Let me just check. You know what? I'm gonna chuck you over to the distracted elf. No, Surreal Catty. Surreal Catty. She's a D&D artist. She runs her own D&D game. She's really cool. Enjoy her art. See you hopefully on Wednesday. I will update my schedule tomorrow. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the session. Love you all, and bye.